Shalan Pulse Fighters. Martha. Fighters, let's start, fighters. Comrades, laba abamephekwe itulo ahlalen phansi, let's all take our seats, fighters. We are 2 hours behind our schedule. So asiqaleni, comrades. Let's all take our seats. Akube khona order, comrades. Comrades, you'll remember that yesterday, the program yethu were to cut it short because of fatigue, comrades. Ebekade sibona kunina noma leadership advise ukuthi kumele nihambe niyophumula, comrades. So we're good to go today. Everyone is fresh. Still ukuthatha nap. So let's start our conference, comrades. Time is against us. We're going to move with speed. The next item on the agenda, on the program, will ask the Secretary of the Student Command and the Chairperson of the Student Command, simsukumisa ngegwijo uhlalo we-Student Command. Viva EFF Student Command, viva! Viva EFF Student Command, viva! Roar, young lions, roar! Amandla! Asimsukumisa ngegwijo, fighters, uhlalo wethu eseza ngaphambili. Speta masebe, speta masebe. Speta masebe, speta masebe, speta masebe. Sebe. Speta masebe, speta masebe.
Viva EFF, viva! Long live the CIC, long live! Fighters were at a conference. I see there are people that are sitting while you are singing. Please, let's all sing when we are singing. All of us, please, let's join the singing.
Amandla! Amandla! Away to Viva Student Command, viva! Viva EFF Student Command, viva! Viva EFF Student Command, viva! Amandla! Thank you very much, comrades. I will be very short. I want to greet our very own SG, Secretary General, Commissar, Okona Galanga Parati, Gibingelele, Bongo Commissar from Win National Leadership, Ekona Langa Parati, and Pindeng Tatel Tubang Bingelele, our Provincial Chairperson and Secretary, Abakona Langa Parati. Now, young leadership, lead the province, Konalanga Party, comrades, giving all leaders, Apuma, Guma, Richie, Natruene, chairperson and secretaries. Now, Wongama structures are corner from Guma regions, Ganbingelela Bahol. angikwazi ungayibingeli delegation esingayo noma ekhona la ngaphakathi esuke endaweni ezahlukahlukene ngiyanibingelela comrade. Comrade, my name is Sandile, my surname is Kuzwayo. I am the chairperson of the student command. Ngihamba nonobhala wami la uPandele Umshini unxakanxaka umdumseli Kumede. As I said, comrade, ukuthi I will be very short, comrade. Ngifuna nje ukuthi ngibe mfishane because okwami is to deliver a message of support kule program esinayo namhlanje, comrade. Comrade, as njenge student command KwaZulu-Natal ngifuna ukugcizelela lokho ukuthi student command KwaZulu-Natal senza kahle kakhulu futhi indlela esikhule ngayo sikhula ngamalengiso, comrade. Comrade, we have won ama-elections kuma-campus ahlukene, comrade. Okubala uwo i-UKZN, comrade, esune wonke ama-campus, comrade. Saphinde sawina, comrade. I-DUT siyayilida namhlanje, comrade. Saphinde sawina, comrade, eLangeni College, onke ama-campus college. Asinanga lapho ma-fighters sikhubekile senza umsebenzi omuhle sawina, comrade, uMfolozi campus, onke ama-campus, comrade. Comrade, ngifuna ukusho lokhu ukuthi ningasithathi kancane i-student command, comrade, KwaZulu-Natal sisebenza umsebenzi omkhulu, comrade. And another thing, comrade, engifuna ukuthi ngidlule kuyona, comrade, sirani campaign yesizofunda ngenkani campaign, comrade, okuyi campaign esebenza kanzima ukulekelela abafundi ngokuhlukahlukana kweyinkinga zabo emacampusini ahlukahlukene, comrade. Umsebenzi we-student command muhle kakhulu ukulekelela ekutheni bonke, comrade, laba basuke beneyinkinga emacampusini siyakwazi ukuthi sibhekane nazo ngqo, comrade. Ngamanye amazwi, comrade, i-student command KwaZulu-Natal i-mother board kufuna iqinisekise ukuthi siphatha kahle, ma-comrade. Ma-comrade, ngithi angibonge ngoba ngibona i-majority yabantu abasha la, most of them they are coming from the student command. Okusho ukuthi, ma-comrade, i-student command siqinisekisile ukuthi lento ye-campaign ye-1 million membership senza sure ukuthi singena shiqe phakathi, comrade. Comrade, okunye, comrade, engifuna ukudlula khona kwi-mother board, comrade. I-mother board, comrade, siyayibonga kakhulu uma sibuke emawadini ngokuhlukahlukana kwawo kuwonke ama-region esinawo KwaZulu-Natal. Isebenza umsebenzi omkhulu kakhulu. Asifisi futhi ukuyibona ihlehlele emuva, asifisi futhi ukuyibona ingasasebenzi kahle ngoba KwaZulu-Natal abantu abamnyama bathembele kwi-EFF. Comrade, sineyinkinga zabasebenzi KwaZulu-Natal, i-EFF iyaqinisekisa, ama-comrade, ukuthi zonke lezo yinkinga ibhekana nazo ngqo. And comrade, ngifuna ukuthi ngi-advise la, comrade, ikakhulukazi kuthini esilida kwi-student command nawo wonke ama-branches esinawo ema-campusini, comrade, ukuthi comrade, sinomsebenzi omkhulu ekufuneka siwenze. Ngiyacela lento ama-factions e-mother board ingasingeni. We are still young, inhloso yethu ukukhulisa i-EFF KwaZulu-Natal. Comrade, bengishilo ngathi angizukuba mude, ngizoba mfishane ngenxa yokuthi umsebenzi mningi osukwini. Sengiphetha inkokheli, ngicela ukubonga i-commander in chief, ngiphinde ngiyicele ukuthi zisigayide njalo noma sesiphume endleleni, kodwa yenze sure ukuthi i-EFF ayilawulwa ama-faction, i-EFF iyakhula, i-EFF yenza sure ukuthi iyabalwela abantu abamnyama. Amandla!
Mandla, Mandla, down with Sasko, down with Sasko, down with Pasma, down Down with the IFP Youth Brigade, down. Amandla. Viva EFF Student Command, viva. Viva EFF Student Command, viva. No, thank you very much. Sihlalo wabafundi. Sibonge a message of support. Comrades. This thing. I don't know what's happening with this then. Hey, this thing is collapsing me, comrades. Fighters, we're on item or number 7 we program yethu la esizothola khona ukudla kwendlebe from the Secretary General of the EFF South Africa. Sizosukuma sonke fighters simsukumise ngegwijo. Fighter chini siphe one revolutionary song masukumisa our Secretary General comrades ezosipha ukudla kwendlebe osukwini lanamhlanje. Fighter Jim, please come forward.
Tamaposa pentola hoabulala wasebenzi marikana. Tamaposa pentola hoabulala wasebenzi marikana. Happy pentola hoabulala wasebenzi marikana. Tamaposa pentola hoabulala wasebenzi marikana. Hobano wam happy pentola hoabulala wasebenzi marikana. Hobana wesaboza hoabulala wasebenzi marikana. Tamaposa pentola hoabulala wasebenzi marikana. Tamaposa pentola hoabulala wasebenzi marikana. Happy pentola hoabulala wasebenzi marikana. Hobana wesawoza hoabulala wasebenzi marikana. Hoba yingo nengonyama onengonyama sashoganane sashoganane. Hoba yingo nengonyama onengonyama. Hoba sashoganane sashoganane. Amakwala sobale asobale. Hoba sashoganane sashoganane. Hoba yingo nengonyama onengonyama. Hoba sashoganane sashoganane. Sithi tsetsa nopala tsetsa nopala. Sashoganane, Sashoganane.
Amandla. 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 Viva EFF, viva. Viva EFF, viva. Viva EFF, viva. Kula EFF KwaZulu-Natal, kula. Kula EFF KwaZulu-Natal, kula. Kula EFF KwaZulu-Natal, kula. Kula EFF KwaZulu-Natal, kula. Viva the Commander-in-Chief, viva. Long live the Commander-in-Chief, long live. Long live the Commander-in-Chief, long live. I saw me fight, I saw me. 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 Oza 2024, Oza. Oza 2024, Oza. Tata EFF, Tata. Amanda. Thank you very much. Program Director, the Deputy Chairperson of the province. Started in Tubas Bingelele, Buholi, the Central Command Team, all our convener of deployees, Komisa Nontando Dolchung, Sbingelele, Buholi, the province, all our Stalo province, Komisa Vusi Koza. Sbingelele, Ubutlalo, Mama Rigi, Obolwa, Oslan, Labonopala, Mama Region, O 11, Onkela, KZN. Bese Sibingelele, all the ground forces, the trusted battalion of this revolutionary movement. This is the only line of defense of this organization. This is the only trusted line of defense. No one can defend this organization in all the corners of KZN except yourselves. Akekho umuntu ongawazi ukuthi avikele abantu base KZN against exploitation, unemployment and poverty except yourselves. Ninomsebenzi omkhulu emahlombe wenu fighters, as you are coming from all over 900 branches of the EFF here in KZN. Njengani la nithunywe by the members of the EFF here in KZN to come and take stock. Uguti, we met 4 years ago. We are meeting today to come and take stock. Uguti sizobheka umsebenzi sesiwenzile ukuthi leya conference ka-2018 eyayisinikeze i-mandate ukuthi asosebenzela abantu base-KZN sikhulise iqembu la e-KZN ngabe sikwenzile na. Uma ngaba ke umholi othembakele, umholi oqotho okufanele uthenjwe isizwe, umholi uma ngaba unikezwe i-mandate uyabuya uzonikeza i-report back. So I'm very happy that we are here, the PCT, Econa, and all of us as branches were here to come and give a report back on what transpired in the last 4 years. Bese siwazi ukuthi sixoxe ukuthi le nhlangano sizoyithatha la sibheke kuphi ngoba abantu base KZN they are waiting
for this organization to liberate them. Abantu base KZN bazibonile zonke inhlangano bezikhona la KZN eyona inhlangano sebebeke ithemba layo kuyona ile inhlangano ekuthiwa i-EFF. Wona umsebenzi esuzele la fighters sazi ukuthi njengasizoba la kusukela izolo kuze kube kusasa sazi ukuthi in our minds we are carrying the hopes of those abasahlala emaplazini abasahlala emakhaya abasahlala emikhukhwini that have given up, the young people that have surrendered to drugs and alcohol here in KZN. So that when they see this conference, they see indlela eliziphethe ngayo ithemba labo liyavuseleleka ukuthi kahle kahle lizaba khona ithemba elingcono la KwaZulu-Natal. But kubalekile ukuthi fighters before sikwazi ukuthi siqhubekele phambili, we must remind each other ukuthi where do we come from with this organization. Ngoba uma ngaba singakhumbuzani, we are about to make mistakes. Uma ngaba ngaso sonke isikhathi singabuyele emuva ukuthi when was this organization founded and what was the intention and what were the discussions that took place 9 years ago in Soweto on the 26th of July. Ngoba we met on the 26th of July in the founding assembly of the EFF, where we were answering a question on what needs to be done. That is the assembly that established this organization 9 years back. So for us as a fighter, so that la indleleni kuthi noba kukhona lapho sibhideka khona, we must always track our roots and say this is where we come from. Okuthi nalapho mangaba kukhona lapho kunama contradictions khona, singaze siphendule with our own emotions and gut feel. We must always go back to the founding assembly. Ukuthi what was discussed there? That assembly where the young and old convened, the employed and the unemployed convened, the farm workers and the mine workers, they convened, petrol attendants and domestic workers, they convened in that assembly. Cashiers, they were in that assembly. Taxi drivers, taxi owners, they were in that assembly. Because that assembly was a representation of the people of South Africa. On that assembly, sasibuza sonke ukuthi what needs to be done, ngoba we came to agree ukuthi lama arrangements, lama negotiations enzeka from 1990 up until lama elections go 1994, they were not about the majority of black people. Those negotiations were about individuals and families that went on those discussions so that they can enrich their families and exclude majority of our people. We came to appreciate that the 1994 transition has got nothing to do with the majority of black people in this country. It's got nothing to do with young people in this country who are demanding free quality education. It's got nothing to do with the young and old who want to have access to free quality health care. It had everything to do with the ANC leaders and their families. Because when they met then, when they went to Pretoria in 1994, they went into those meetings to have wine and meat and dine with white people who were told for so many years in this country that we are in this mess, we are suffering, we don't have access to education, we don't have jobs. It's because of white people who have taken over our country. They went into those meetings as revolutionaries. They went into Pretoria as radicals. They went inside, they had wine, they had dinner with the white men. Bathe uma baphuma sebe namagama amasha, sebe ngawona ama-revolutionaries, sebe ngawona ama-liberators, sebe ngawona ama-radicals, baphuma sebe namagama amasha esekuthiwa ominister, nabo-premier, nama-councillor. Sebesitshela ukuthi hayi umlungu akenzanga lutho. Let's allow a white man to continue being in charge of the land. Let us allow the white man to continue to be in charge of the economy of this country. That's what we came to realize when we made fighters on the 26th of July in Soweto. And there were 3 questions that were asked by that assembly. Uguchi, now that we've realized that in 1994 we were sold an empty dream, what becomes the way forward for people of South Africa? Do we establish economic freedom fighters as a lobby group outside or inside the ANC with the hope that the ANC, it will self-correct? That was the question that was asked in that assembly. Do we form a non-governmental organization that is going to agitate for change and economic emancipation for people of South Africa, but not contesting elections? That was the second question that was asked by that assembly. Do we start a political party that is going to contest elections and have radical policies that are going to fight for the economic emancipation of majority of our people in South Africa? That was another question that was asked by that assembly. So you see, Chairperson, people, they move around and say, no, EFF was founded on the basis of anger. How can angry people ask so much quality and important questions? Because those are the questions that we had to ask. But before we get to the answers, we had to deal with the state of the country. We had to look at what is it that this liberation movement can do? What is going to be the future of the people of South Africa? We came to accept, and through our diagnosis, that the liberation movement is not an option for liberating people of South Africa, to make sure that the majority of people of South Africa, they participate in the economy of this country. We came to that resolution because of their zigzag policy changes. Namhlanje bakhuluma le, ngale yamini bakhuluma ngale, ngale lalanga it's free education, ngale lalanga no, it's semi-free education, ngale lalanga omunye ukhuluma okunye, ngale yamini it's expropriation of land, ngale yamini it's expropriation of land with compensation, with zero compensation. We realize that this liberation movement, like all of them in the world, they are not an answer to the people of South Africa. They are not an answer to the people of South Africa. We, again, agreed that the future of this country, what's going to happen, that if our people are they're going to continue to be under the leadership of this ANC, is that unemployment is going to increase. Unemployment is going to rise in this country. We said that 9 years back today, over 12 million people in South Africa, they are unemployed. So that means our diagnosis was correct when we met 9 years ago, that these people, they don't have solutions. The levels of unemployment, they're going to increase. We say the levels of crime, because we don't have a government, they're going to increase. Today, when they give us crime stats, just murder, here in this country, over 25,000 people, they get killed in this country each and every year. Even if there is a war, those numbers are too high. They are fighting there in Russia and Ukraine. They have not gotten to 25,000. But in South Africa, there is no war. Every year, over 25,000 people, they're being killed in this country. We agreed that as things go on under this ANC government, trade unions that are supposed to be the defenders of the workers, they're going to lose relevance because the leaders of the trade unions, they're going to be co-opted in the petty ANC politics, and you'll find their leaders fighting for positions to be included in the cabinet of the ANC. What is happening today? The president of COSATU, she contested to be a deputy secretary of the ANC in 2017. That is the president of the workers. She went to contest on the ANC because in her mind, her vision and her dream is to be in the cabinet. She's got no interest of workers. She wants to be a minister and she wants blue lights. And that we diagnosed 9 years back. Angimazi ngibone manje on the second conference esifake izinto zezangoma ngazi ngoba ufuna ukubuthwalela yena kuba uminister ngoba engathi akaka give up. Ngizwile kuthiwa awuseyisangoma uyathwasisa manje. Mhlawumbe uyayibona ba lento kuba uminister usayifuna. But that is the president of the trade unions. That's what we also diagnose that when the levels of poverty they increase, it means the number of people abazohlala in the informal settlement they're going to increase. Today, if ubheka la eThekwini, most of the people who get defeated by the levels of poverty and unemployment from the small towns where we come from, all of them bala eThekwini staying in informal settlements. That's what we dealt with. We dealt with the issue that if the ANC, they continue to be in power, our people, they're going to lose interest even on elections. They won't participate in the elections of this country. That is why if you look now 2021, the worst voter turnout since the dawn of democracy. 42% of people in 2021, they went to the voting stations. Out of the 26 million registered voters, only 12 million, they went to vote in these elections. We diagnosed and said, if the ANC, they continue to exist, the middle class, which is a contested terrain, they're going to disengage and leave the liberation movement and go and join the racist right-wingers organization, the organization that want to maintain the status quo, that a white man must continue to be in charge of this country. That is why when you look at organizations like DA, they even went to go and get a black president, because it's what we saw in 2013, that as long as the ANC continue to exist, these are the problems that are going to engulf the people of South Africa. There's going to be other right-wingers and monopoly capital founded organizations. That is why you see organizations like Action SA and this other one, Stockfell, that Musi is founding, because they've got an interest on making sure that the status quo remains. We diagnosed back then that even the young leaders in the former liberation movement, they're not going to be a voice of the people of South Africa, a radical voice. They're just going to be the puppet young leaders within the ANC who get rewarded by cabinet posts so that they can go around and campaigning for their own leaders who have failed this country. That is why if you look at the youth movement of the ANC, look at their young leaders, all of them, they get given cabinet posts so that they can go and fight for all people to continue selling this country. We said those that are going to have an alternative voice against the ruling party, they're going to be victimized by the state agencies. And you are seeing that now. When you look at the entire leadership of the EFF, they are in court every day because they are being victimized, and state resources and agencies are being used to suppress an alternative voice against that of the liberation movement. We dealt with that 9 years ago, and it's happening today. We said this country under the leadership of the ANC is going to be the capital of service delivery protests. Every day it's either you watch TV or in your township, the whole country. This country is a capital of service delivery protests because all the municipalities under the ANC leadership have collapsed. They have collapsed. We knew that 9 years ago. And then someone, after all this diagnosis, is saying we're angry. No, we're dealing with science. Those things are happening as we speak now. We knew that as things go, young people, they're going not to vote for the ANC. They're going to be disgruntled and they're not going to participate in the politics of this country. We knew that because we knew that the ANC, together with that agency that they own, called the IEC, they would know that from their own analysis, young people are no longer voting for the ANC. So there's not going to be any interest on making sure that young people in this country, they participate in the elections and the politics of this country. As things stand now, the population of young people between the ages of 17 and 19 from state South Africa, they are saying young people of that age, they are about 2.8 million. But if we are with IEC voters roll, those young people of that age, only 44,000 are in the voters roll. When IEC is supposed to be doing voter education, but they know that young people will never vote for the ANC. We agreed that if the ANC continues, when the people of this country are not going to, they're going to leave elections, so these right-wingers organizations and reactionary traditional organizations, they're going to come back and inherit this country. So through that diagnosis, we knew that if we sit back and don't form an alternative, our people, they're going to be in trouble. So that's what led to that resolution by that founding assembly to say we need to save the people of this country by establishing a vanguard revolutionary movement. That organization was established on the 26th of July. When we established this organization, we had to agree on what is the EFF. And our founding manifesto explained this so that we can understand, so that as we go back to branches and even in commissions, all of us will understand what is the EFF, so that we don't create our own EFF based on assumptions, emotions, and faith. We are building this organization on the basis of our founding manifesto. We said EFF is a radical and a militant economic emancipation movement that brings together the fearless, the radical activists, that brings together workers' movement, non-governmental organization, community-based organization, lobby groups under one umbrella in this, to pursue the struggle for economic freedom in our lifetime. That is the EFF. So we must start asking questions as branch leaders that were here. Does your branch talk to these issues? Does your own branch, as we are seated there, does it have militant and radical activists? Does it have grassroots formation within that branch? Do we have lobby groups within that branch? Do we have non-governmental organization in that branch? Because that's what the founding manifesto of the EFF says, This is who the EFF is. We bring all these groups together under one umbrella to pursue the struggle for economic freedom in our lifetime. Do we have chairpersons and secretaries of our branches? Do we have what the founding manifesto of the EFF saying we must have? We must deal with that in our commissions. But even when we go back to branches, our branches, they must not just be tools that only exist because we come to conferences. Do we have branches that are grounded within our communities, that are the real vanguard of our own communities, that are involved in fighting on a daily basis for the struggles of our communities? Do we have those branches of the EFF here in KZN? That's the question, and that's the clarity that we must be able to deal with. We must go back to the basics. What are the principles of the EFF? Today we are in this conference, and part of what we're going to do after discussions and taking resolutions is that we must elect the leadership of the EFF. And the principles of the EFF says the leadership of the EFF is elected democratically and transparently. Democratically and transparently. Ngabe lama branches now, nina as leaders, ngabe na elected democratically now. Ngabe na elected transparently or na elected busuku ngekho umuntu obonayo. Savuka ekuseni sithi sinama branch. Because that's what the principles of the EFF are saying. Are we doing exactly that? Are we working as collective leadership? Meaning that as leadership from the PCT, from the region, from the province, when we take decisions, our collective decisions, we have consulted each other so that a decision of a PCT, we have consulted each other, or a region, or a province, or we have created a different EFF. It's not a decision to our so the whole PCT doesn't matter. The whole RCT, they don't matter. So a decision is taken. That's not the EFF. That's not the EFF. We need to go back to the basics. We need to go back to the basics. The EFF as an organization subscribes on a principle of democratic centralism. And it explains that democratic centralism is a principle first of democratic consultation. And once the consultation has been done, isinqumo sesiyathathwa. Uma sesithathiwe leso sinqumo, isinqumo se-majority is binding on the minority. Isinqumo of the higher structure is binding on the lower structures. Do we have democratic centralism in our branches? Do we sit and consult each other as leadership at branch level? Do we respect this principle in the EFF that when the higher structure is spoken, the lower structures they must abide? When the majority have spoken, the minority must abide to that. Oh, I just spend the when the PCT is saying this is a program of action, as long as you massage your own ego, and you go this direction. When a region is taking a decision, you have left this organization. This thing has become about you and your friends and your family. It's no longer about the organization. When the organization has taken a decision, you still go in your own direction because this has become about you. Do we still subscribe to this principle? When the Central Command team take a resolution that this year, it's a year of the branch. All of us, let's go to the ground and recruit members towards a 1 million membership campaign. that the higher structure has taken that decision, what is our response as branches of the EFF in KZN? We disregard national leadership. That is why we are seated here today. We are not in compliance with the resolution of the CCT. We are not in compliance. All of you seated here. All of you seated here. That's why you must ask a question that if you don't take a directive from the CCT, who's giving a directive to the branches of the EFF in KZN? Which leadership are you listening from? Who is running this organization? Because on the 19th of February, the Commander-in-Chief gave Mkombandlela, as per the resolution of the Central Command Team, that this year it's a year of the branch. This year we are recruiting members to join the EFF towards the 1 million membership campaign. And all of us, we must meet those targets. But as we are seated here, all branches of the KZN, they are behind the target. So who are you taking the mandate from? Who are you representing? Which leadership is giving you a mandate here in KZN? When the Central Command Team says go and recruit, you don't do it. You don't do it. When the Central Command Team says, here are the guidelines, let's go and elect leadership, you run to that one. Because your interest is to serve your narrow selfish interest of being leaders and thinking that this organization is a shortcut to richness. You think this organization is a shortcut to create employment for some of you who are not employed. Because why would we deliver on the second mandate of sitting together with branches that has went to BBAs and BGAs to elect branches, but the mandate of the 1 million membership we have not complied to? Do we select the mandates that were given by this organization? When this organization says to us, all members of the EFF, you must implement the mandates of the organization and implement them timeously. Why are we not in line with our target of the 1 million membership campaign? We need to have that honest discussion. We need to have that honest discussion, fighters from the branches, so that you can go back to branches and say the organization has given us, as things stand now, we are not compliant with the constitution of the EFF that talks about mandate, accountability and reporting, because we have not met the mandate of the organization. The principle of the EFF, it talks about constructive criticism and self-criticism. So what we are doing now, it's what the organization says we must do. We must self-criticize. We must look at the work that we are doing and take stock so that we don't run around like fanatics and think we are working when we are not working. We must go back and take stock and look at the work and the deliverables of the organization and make sure that we self-criticize in order that we can self-correct. That is self-criticism. But there is a tendency that some of you are permanently on social media insulting the leadership and criticizing this organization, and you think that is self-criticism. That is ill-discipline. A fighter, so they are popular with social media, with Facebook. Everything that you have written since that page, it's about poking holes. Even when the organization is struggling and getting sick in the elections, you join our enemies to come and talk nonsense about this organization. You don't sympathize and feel the pain that the organization is feeling. Because it's no longer about this organization, it's about you. You have taken a responsibility that your work is to go and look for those that you don't agree with, and you have left the EFF. The organization is in pain in one side of the region. You join and celebrate with our enemies. Why should we not bundle you together with our enemies? Why should we sit with you in this meeting and not treat you with our enemies? Because when my enemy rejoices and my friend rejoices in the same level and tone like my enemy, I must start doubting my friend. You can't be a fighter who's doing that. In public, the organization is struggling because someone there, you don't agree with this person. You leave this person. You go and insult the entire EFF. And then we must sit here because we have left this organization. You think what brings us together is friendship. It can't be. We have to self-correct as fighters. You have to at all times, before you take any decision, it doesn't matter how frustrated or angry you are, you must ask yourself, how is this going to benefit this organization? These are currencies. How are they going to benefit the organization? When you are done insulting and messing up and destroying the name of the EFF, how are you going to go back to the same communities and encourage them to vote for the EFF when you are in the forefront of destroying the image of this organization? It can't be. We need maximum discipline. And discipline in the EFF is not a sideshow. It's not a sideshow. It's not something that you do it when you feel like. It's not something that you do it because you are with your own friends. Discipline in the EFF, it's a permanent cause because that's the only thing that can guarantee the growth of this organization is through having disciplined ground forces, disciplined members of the EFF. And there can't be any discipline if it's not linked with hard work. There can't be. That's not discipline. If you are lazy, if you are weak, if you are a coward, you can't tell us that you are disciplined. Because revolutionaries, they can't be weak, they can't be lazy, they can't be cowards. If you know that you've got part of these characters, then you must know that you are not disciplined. Because to say you are disciplined, uzukhulume nasebranchini uthi yabona mina ngiyazithulela nje bayazi ewadini mina ngiyazithulela nje angaze ngikhulume lutho, so I'm the most disciplined, but we've never seen you doing door to door. And you think discipline is just keeping quiet. Discipline in the EFF is hard work. That's what we are looking for. Anything else is a side show. Anything else is a side show. Anything that you do and does not bring results for the growth of this organization, that is ill-discipline. We need results. That's the only discipline we're going to accept. You're saying, no, I'm the most disciplined. You even move around and telling us how much you love the EFF. I'm prepared for this organization. Ngingafa nokufa la. Ngiyayifela le nhlangano le. Kahle. Wagijimela ukufa. Besathi ukuyo recruiter manje. Uyasabisa manje, you trying to blackmail us. Mina ngingayifela SG le nhlangano la eregion yami. Mina ngingayifela le nhlangano la ewathini yami. Mina ngangela kusukela 2013. Nasoqedile ukukhuluma sesibuzo baso recruit abantu abangaka. Siyakuzwa usujakufa. Majahe sofika lapha. Manje we are still building a revolutionary movement, a vanguard movement that must exist in our communities. How many people have you recruited? Do even your family know that you are the member of the EFF? Because you come and threaten us on Facebook and WhatsApp and Twitter and tell us that the way you love this organization, you're prepared to die for it. But even your own family, they don't know that you are EFF. Your own family. Uma senza door to door we read Friday. 3 the 7th with I fighters. Engathi la ngasele yashona. Ake sihlangane lapha ekhoneni ke sithole nje okamanzi ne cold drink esidli lunch. Awu sibhizi sonke la siyajabula ukuthi hayi fighter wena kanye kanye ositshela ukuthi ungayifela iorganization kule ward. Until kuze kuqhamuka umndeni wakho emalanga bavela emsebenzini baya mala ku stop. Hawu ke nawe Marshall Dlamini EFF. Your own family. But you're busy telling us how much you can die for this organization. But you are not doing the work of the organization. Your own family, they don't know that you are an EFF member. We went to by-elections there in Ngutu. There were by-elections there in Ngutu. And we had councillor candidates of the EFF. And then this councillor candidate, that figure his leadership was saying, I'm going to work on this one and this one. So now I've got my own councillor candidate. But when a councillor candidate, yeah, and then he's giving the same rhetoric. Don't worry. Commissar, the ground is fertile, like my word. Oh, okay, the ground is fertile, no problem. Asambeke saying corner, so sister. In your word that you say the ground is fertile. Askale says door to door. Did you go to Askale Kai? Yeah, Askale says door to door, Kai. Who Bekaya fighter? No, now Bekaya. I see everything means. If one says door to door, so Kai. My city is a free Kaya. I work on a bunch of Jalawa around. How? Nixuagu, I say a cause, I see Sugabu EFF, who national. Oh, hey, what would you show us in time to shoot? Say, Tana and Tanga, Sifuni Kubek, Lola Maluga, to China Jangabantu, but I'm a plazin. Go Shama with Ogagabu. How I say about Banjabatan. So on is not chilling and mood. I couldn't have a by election la, second Estelumas Pala. So, Silas is always the campaign. Okay, so leave the councillor candidate. Ekai, in the candidate, tell like to the one. So leave the candidate la, Ewatin was on vote. How? Fight. Go for a pendula, Pelafino campaign Ekaya. Get I the candidate late. The candidate late. Hey, Spio Pumelepan, your commands. In Mokos Avanja journalists. To demonstrate that even at home, they don't know about you. And you stand here and tell us how much you love this organization, the ground is fertile. We don't need fanatics in the EFF. We don't need chance takers in the EFF. We need revolutionaries who understand the terrain in their own communities. You must know your word. How many people are voting in your ward? How many streets are in your ward? How many VTs are in your ward? That's what we are looking for. Not fanatics who come and mislead us. No, Commander-in-Chief, the ground is fertile. Even today, if we can say to IEC, no, it's fine. We've got a candidate. Now, 900 of you, you're a candidate in 2021 local government election. Where's the journalist? You were candidates now in the local government elections. 900 of you. You lost dismally. There's only one fighter out of all of us seated here who knows his word. It's a fighter from Utuwera. Is that fighter here? Because that's the only fighter. Some of us, no one knows us from our own words. You can make any excuse. That's the only fighter. That fighter was not given any special treatment amongst all of you. But that fighter, because he's not a fanatic, he's a revolutionary, he understood the terrain. He understood the mandate of the organization. He understood what was expected of him. That's why he went to win a award. Even if we can say, okay, fine, maybe what was too big for you. Let's call IEC to say, let's go and do VD elections. You are our candidate. You lose a VD. Say, yeah, VD, sit in Kulu. IEC, tell what to send my election on the street of this fighter. No one knows you in that street. You'll still lose the elections. Now, IEC, no, Sasiboli le fighter SS le poster and everything. Must go when the elections go bound in about 5. I'll fucking ballot box, voting station. Spizum de which I'll vote. ANC is a chola 4, EFF 21 in your own house. And you think you're going to win a award. You do that because you have neglected the founding manifesto of the EFF. Because you have not done the checklist on saying what is the EFF. In my own words, as a chairperson, as a secretary, does all these things that the EFF, all these different bodies at the EFF, they must be brought together so that we can pursue the struggle for economic freedom in our lifetime. Are they in my branch? Do we have stockfellas in your own ward? Are you participating in the lobby groups, in the community-based organization in your own ward? Do they know you? In your own ward, community-based organization, non-governmental organizations like MLAS, abahlali basemjondolo, do they have relations with the EFF? Have you engaged those people? Because that's what the founding manifesto of the EFF is saying. Not your own feelings, not your own thoughts. Just go back to the basics. Because if you don't do that, you're going to complain. We need to build a people's movement. That's what the founding manifesto of the EFF is talking about. A people's movement. It's a people's vanguard movement. That means it participates, it fights side to side with our communities throughout, not a voters movement. Because what we have now, it's a voters movement. It's an EFF that is not grounded in our branches. No one knows about the EFF until the day of elections. Then the EFF, Lanza Siabona was door to door. How there are EFF people in our own one. Because it's no longer the people's movement, it's a voters movement. We need to strike back and go back to the basics. Let us build a vanguard people's movement that is grounded in our own communities. Let us build what the founding manifesto of the EFF is saying this organization is a protest movement. Have you ever been into a protest? You have left the EFF for the last 4 years. Do we have evidence of you leading any protest as someone who's grounded in a protest movement? How do you lead a protest movement? Because you got pictures on Facebook, hang it? You like posting pictures. Just go back to your Facebook during lunch. Just look at yourself. Who can any picture until we're part of the protest? Because you got pictures and magazine, just yourself only. But it's a protest movement. You've never led a protest in your own street. There's sewer running up and down. There's no maintenance from the municipalities. You've never led a protest. What some of you now as councillors, you have even developed a new tendency. You decided that you're not going to be grounded with our people on the ground to be part of the protest movement. You are hijackers of the community protest because you've got a capacity of buying a loud hailer. You are a loud hailer in TVs. There's a community protest, you are nowhere to be found. Every day. You've never said, as fighters, let's go and address this Malume. Malume, you can't drive in Ganzethu. Mangabus accident, like the accident in Pongolo, where over 22 of young people, they just die like that, dreams disappearing. Have we confronted to those people in our communities to say, this one, I'm going to take this truck? You can't load Abantu in a party like this. It's not allowed. Have you confronted those people? Have you led that protest? No one will forward fighters. You've never done it. Until our people, they stand on their own. Because there's a service delivery protest, there's no electricity. When they close roads and fight against this oppressive government, and then you only wake up in the morning, even because the leadership has called you, fight. Now, an activist of the EFF, he doesn't know which one's a hi, SG, I'm not sure what is the I community protest. This is what they're complaining about. After 30 minutes, we will have the loud hailer because our people, they don't have a loud hailer. When loud hailer, the next thing you are addressing. You are a chance taker, you are hijacking community protests because you knew nothing about this community protest. We don't want people to take chances like that. We want to build a solid organization that reflects on the resolutions of the Second National People's Assembly. That said to us, what is an ideal branch of the EFF? What is an ideal branch of the EFF? An ideal branch of the EFF must have elected leadership with a PCT that meets fortnightly. Branch chairpersons and secretaries, you must go and respond in commissions. When last was your PCT sitting? Branch secretary, you must go and tell other fighters as a branch secretary, have you ever written minutes in your own branch? Just minutes. Because if you sit every fortnight and comply with the constitution of the EFF, it means there are minutes from the branch. Can we go to your branch and say, can you give us the minutes of the meetings that you've had this year, that you've been meeting per fortnight? They are not there. Regional secretaries, they are seated here with me. If I can ask them if they ever seen minutes from branches, I'm sure none of them has seen minutes from branches, but they are presiding over those branches. Branches that are constitutionally non-compliant to the EFF. It means they are illegal branches because the constitution of the EFF is a law in the EFF. It doesn't need anyone to explain it. It's a law. It needs you to comply with it. We need those branches. We need branches with leadership. Branch chairperson, you must convene those meetings with the secretary and the PCT to agree on a program of action. What is the program of action of your own branch? What are the issues that you're going to be dealing with on month-to-month basis? The CCT sits each and every year. When there's a plenum, they design a program of action of the EFF on what is going to happen this year. Every year we start that year by planning and saying, here is a plenum. This is what we're going to do this year. When we went to Mhlabuyalingana, we did not just wake up as CCT that's Mhlabuyalingana to celebrate Heritage Day. We knew from January that we are going to Mhlabuyalingana in September. Do our branches have a program of action? Do we follow up on those program of action? Do our regions have program of actions, and do we follow up on the program of action? Do our provinces have a program of action? They are coming here to account on the organizational report. Did they have a program of action for the last 4 years? And did they deliver on what they said themselves they're going to do? That's what an ideal branch of the EFF should be. Do we have those kind of leaders? Do we have leadership that provides solutions? Or you are leaders of the EFF that all the time, all you do is that when the members, they complain, you join in complaining. You never provide solutions, because leadership is for providing solutions. Leadership is for providing solutions. It's not to be a messenger. You can't be a leader. Every time the branches, they complain, they say, no, hey, in this ward we don't have t-shirts. You are a branch chairperson, you are a messenger to the region. Even the region is a messenger, no Cheli province. The province is a messenger, no Cheli national. So what leadership are you? Because you are messengers. We don't want messengers, we want leaders, and leaders that must provide solutions. You must provide solutions at a branch level. You must provide solutions in your own communities. The reason these people, they rejected us in these words is because we don't provide solutions. We are saying even to the voters, no, you come on the day of elections, and then when they say to you, we are in this community, we don't have IDs. Kunengane laba ezifuna ukuthi ziyo-apply kuya university, but they don't have our IDs. Can you please call Home Affairs to come and assist us with ID? It's free. But the council of the EFF, no, masake council, Zombiza, Home Affairs. Even on free things that you can do as an activist, no, that's a council. That's why the voters are about, okay, is that the deal of Snigas Ion? Uzo Caesar when Masoy cancel. No problem, not so for tell Masoy cancel. Mangi to Snigas the deal. So let's give you a deal back. If the only time as an activist and the leader of the EFF at the branches, you only work for our communities, once we cancel, we will vote for you, and so we cancel that. We need leaders. We need leaders at the branch level. We need solid organizations that are respectable in our own communities. We need provincial leaders. The LPA on the organizational redesign, it said those that are going to lead us at a provincial level, they must have capacity to lead our people, the people of South Africa, the people of KZN. You are availing yourself to be a PCT. Do you have that capacity to lead the people of KZN? Do you understand the founding manifesto of the EFF? Do you understand the basic documentation of the EFF? Do you have the capacity to lead our own people? Because that's what an ideal PCT, that's what an ideal leader of the province should have. Or we're going to elect you here as a PCT member. When we say no, here's a deployment in Umzinyathi, we're struggling in Umzinyathi. When we are saying yes, PCT, I did all for my PCT. So I deploy a man, Singh. How about no palang to ask Milutang Sebens? So you did not read the EFF documents. That a PCT member must have a capacity to self-fund, to go to the deployment without asking any intervention from anyone. When the organization says, go to Msinga, go to Ngutu, you're saying, I'm deployed to Ngutu, I'm going tomorrow. Are you that person? Or you come and mislead us, and then tomorrow when we leave here, you're telling us that you can't go to Ngutu. You can't go to Ndumei. You can't go to Mshwat. You can't go to Moipofana because you're unemployed. You are using your unemployment to come and delay the revolution. Because there is nothing that you're going to accept that is going to delay this organization. We're not going to allow selfish people to delay this organization. Because if you can't do the work of the EFF because you're unemployed, why did you allow to be a leader of the EFF because you are selfish? Some of you will say, no, you must go to deployment and the work of the EFF is every day. But you ask ukuthi mina ngiqashiwe ngiyiphoyisa oye ngiqashiwe spa, okay, so kufanele kwenzekeni manje? No, kusho ukuthi I can only work for the EFF ngama weekends. So your own job, you are so selfish that when millions of our people, 12 million of them in the whole country, some of them are here in KZN, they don't have jobs. They are relying on this organization as a last weapon in the hands of the poor. Now that you've got a job, this organization must suffer because of your own family and your own selfish interests. Why don't you leave the EFF to people that are available to service this organization on a daily basis and go and look after your family? We're not going to sacrifice this organization because of people's families. If you've got a job, you can't service this organization every day. Don't avail yourself. We won't even allow even your levels of poverty, because anything else that is going to delay this organization and its growth must never be allowed. We want PCT members that understand what is expected of them. This province has got 901 wards, and 2024, we need to put the biggest fight of our lives. And we're not going to do that with people who are giving us excuses. We're not going to listen to any excuse, valid or not valid. We want everyone on the ground. If you're a provincial leader, you're going to be available 24 hours to service this organization. No excuse is going to be accepted. We're tired of people who are giving us excuses only to find out that we've been infiltrated. Some people are paying some of our leaders to say, no, tell them that no, we are sick and then we are unemployed, so that the EFF does not grow in this part of the region. We're not going to allow. The only excuse that we'll accept is that I cannot go to my deployment because I'm dead, and will come to your funeral and bury you on Monday. We are back on the ground pursuing the struggle for economic freedom in our lifetime. That's the only excuse we're going to listen to. Anything else, we say, by the way, we're not interested. We want leaders that are available to be members of the EFF. We want ideal activists in the EFF. People that know their own communities. You can't say you are an activist, you are a councillor candidate of the EFF, but you don't know how many people are registered in your own ward, how many how many households that are led by young people. You don't know how many young people in your own ward that have passed matric and they did not have money to go to the institutions of higher learning because the ANC is refusing with free education. But you are saying, I'm an activist in my own ward, but you don't know that basic information. You don't know how many stockfields in your own ward. You don't know how many shippings in your own ward. You don't know anything about a ward, but you are saying you are an activist of the EFF. We want all-round activists that are found everywhere. If you are an activist of the EFF, we must find you on Sunday morning. Sikuthola kwesontweni udumisa namakholwa emini uma iphuma isonto sikuthola usegrounding participating in sport ebusuku sikuthola useshibhini drinking with our people. That's an all-rounder because you must service all those people. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for activists who are all-rounders. That's what this organization is about. We need to build an honest membership of the EFF. We said this year, membership of the EFF, they must be recruited publicly so that we don't have people that are recruited in secret. We need to go back to these basics. As we leave this conference, let's go back and make sure that our recruitment is in compliance with the directives of the CCT on what needs to happen. We need to deal with the issue of land. Our people here in KZN, they are still suffering when it comes to the issues of land. And we must not listen to white people coming in between us. Every time we want to raise issues here in KZN, these whites, 11 million hectares of land here in KZN, 114 million hectares of land in the whole country. Here in KZN, now to Kuruma, no, but there's 11 million of hectares. About 8 million of those are still sitting with white hands. No, but that no, as Kulumen can go Yama Trust. No, isilo misizulu, isilo sethu la KZN. Isilo imisizulu, isilo sabantu abamnyama. Inkinga zabantu abamnyama sozilungisa sodwa. Into esifuna umhlaba wethu lose ezandleni zabelungu. We're going to start there. Once we're done, sizabuya siye kwisilo and say here are the policies of the EFF. We've already met isilo. Isilo siyazi ba lenhlangano it exists. Even isilo esakhothama, uBhejane, the leadership of the EFF, they went to explain the policies of the EFF. Even isilo wathi now sengiyanizwa. Even isilo ubisizulu, the leadership of the EFF is still going to continue. But there's no white man who's going to say to us, when we demand our land in KZN, let's go and fight in Goyama Trust. We want our land from you first. Then we'll come back and deal with our issues. Because we need to deal with the issues of land. Fighters, we need to have honest conversation as we are building this organization. The levels of crime in this province, you can see people they are doing as they please. And they do everything that they do. We need to go back to where I started to say, if we want to find solutions in the EFF, you don't need to be a fanatic. Go back and read the coming revolution. Some of the answers are there. Everything that is happening today, it's what we knew in 2013 is going to happen. So, Sutata Zeluboni IFP, Engachi, that's the IFP, Engachi, we number one. Mind the Sutwali Zanda, Usaz, Ututini. That founding assembly said, if the EFF does not exist, if the EFF is not an alternative, even reactionary organizations like IFP, they're going to go and lead our own communities. When we see Action SA, you make noise like those fighters of Joburg. Hey, what do we do now? Go back to the founding manifesto. In the founding manifesto of the EFF said, if the EFF is not an alternative, some white oriented organizations and organizations that are funded by whites, they're going to lead our people when the EFF does not put itself as an alternative. We never had an agreement. Everything else we said the liberation movement is going to disappear. The ANC here in KZN now, they are in opposition. They are disappearing. The ANC in KZN now, they are 46%. It means they are opposition. But was there any agreement with the voters of KZN that when they stop voting for the ANC, automatically they're going to vote for the EFF without the EFF speaking to them and winning their hearts and minds? Are we getting so complacent and entitled that we think because they are not voting for the ANC, so they are forced to vote for the EFF. They won't vote for us until we go and speak to them. And speaking to them, it means we must go back to the basics. Fighters, let's go back to the basics. Let's go back to our founding manifesto and understand who are the motive forces of this revolution, who stands to benefit. As we move here, let's take this organization back to its owners. Let's take to the organization to the landless of our province. Let's take this organization to the employed of our province. Let's take this organization back to the youth of this province. Let's take this organization back to the petrol attendants, the farm workers, domestic workers. Those are the owners of this organization. Amandla! 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 Thank you very much.
Lalilizwe lokhokho wethu, lalilizwe labantu abamnyama, lalilizwe lokhokho wethu, lalilizwe labantu abamnyama, lalilizwe jojo, lalilizwe labantu abamnyama. Lelilizwe jojo, lelilizwe labantu abamnyama, lelilizwe lokhokho bethu, lelilizwe labantu abamnyama, lelilizwe lokhokho bethu, lelilizwe labantu abamnyama. Lelilizwe jojo, lelilizwe labantu abamnyama, lelilizwe jojo, lelilizwe labantu abamnyama, lelilizwe akusilo loKupta, lelilizwe labantu abamnyama. Akusilo loKupta, lelilizwe labantu abamnyama, lelilizwe jojo, lelilizwe labantu abamnyama, lelilizwe jojo, lelilizwe labantu abamnyama. Agenda yama capital. Agenda yama capital. Amandla, Amandla. Hey. Hey, le voice dila nam fighters. Thank you very much, Secretary General. Sibonga kakhulu umkhabulo. We now know the material conditions of the society out there. We've been armed fighters. Forward to expropriation of land without compensation. Forward. Forward to expropriation of land without compensation. Forward. Mandla. Awetho. Mandla. Down with AfriForum. Down. Down with AfriForum. Down. Down with white monopoly capital. Down. Down with white monopoly capital. Down. Down with Stratcom. Down. Down with Stratcom. Down. Down with Stratcom. Down. Down with AfriForum. Down. Long live your commander-in-chief. Long live. Mananjalo. Komsama Shaltamin Mananjalo. Amandla. Fighters. Asihlabele mgama. We are going to move straight to the next item where our provincial chairperson is going to give us a political report. The first respondent of the EFF in KwaZulu-Natal, our number one in the province, namhlanje uzosipha the political report. Asimsukumiseni ngegwijo fighters. Let's welcome our chairperson ngegwijo. Let's welcome our chairperson ngegwijo. Let's sing fighters. Hey, my voice is
Ofike ekhaya ubatshele lapho ngishiye khona emahlathini ase Angola. Ofike ekhaya ubatshele lapho ngishiye khona ezintabeni zasemkhanyakude ngizothatha naye ibhazuka dubulubulale zonke lezi zinja zala maphuno yameme zinsimbi yadume emadlebeni iyole hlanyiso mfana iyone bangusathane yameme zinsimbi.
Amandla. There are a lot of signs here that I don't like. Can we be disciplined and give the chairperson to deal with the program of what we are dealing with? Let's learn self-control, fighters, maximum discipline. Nothing is going to change, but this is our organization. Let's allow the chairperson, all of us remain disciplined and allow the chairperson to lead us in song and his political address. I said to you, any decision that you must think, what is it going to do for the EFF? Chairperson.
Thank you, Nopala Sewonga. Comrades, I want to take this opportunity and thank you, Deputy Chair. No, it's fine. Thank you, Deputy Chair. I tried, Shem, for 4 years to teach him to sing. Yamame zinsimbi yadume emadlebeni iyone hlanyiso mfana iyone bangusathane wasamthatha ujuju wasameka Cape Town sathi mfoka malema uzosiphathe ngoxolo wasamthatha ujuju wasameka Cape Town sathi mfoka malema uzosiphathe ngoxolo. Julius Malema bambe sadla sa Julius Malema bambe sadla sa Julius Malema we commander bam uzosibamba ungasiyekeli Julius Malema besandla sa Julius Malema bambisa sa wena commander bambis uzusibamba ungasiyekeli Julius Malema ba besandla sam commander ba besandla sam Julius Malema sesh ususibambu ngasiyekele Julius Malema ba besandla sam highway commander ba besandla sam Julius Malema ba ususibambu ngasiyekele ba besandla sam Julius Malema wasasat angneswa Julius Malema ba besandla sam highway commander ba ususibambu ngasiyekele Julius Malema ba besandla sam Julius Malema ba besandla sam Julius Malema ba okibela phezu kwendlu batshela jabulu mangishaya maphuni kibela phezu kwendlu batshele jabulu masishaya maphunu jabula mama jabulu masishaya maphunu jabula mama jabulu masishaya maphunu abadla viva EFF viva viva EFF viva long live the commander in chief long live the commander in chief long live ayikhule EFF KwaZulu-Natal ayikhule EFF KwaZulu-Natal ayikhule phansi namasela kakhongolose phansi namasela enkatha phansi nama-racist DA phansi no-action SA abantu bamasaluni phansi amandla Deputy Chair of the province, who's the chairperson of this session, thank you for giving us an opportunity. The national officials, at least the Secretary General, who have just spoken with us, sibingelele esithunywa ze-CCT eziholwa umama Komisa Nontando Noluchungu ngibingelela ubuholi babafundi baholwa usihlalo nonobhala abakhona la ngibingelela ubuholi bama-region onke 11 aKwaZulu-Natal ngibingelele zonke izithunywa eziqhamuka kuma-branches e-EFF members, ladies and gentlemen of the media present, revolutionary greetings, sanibonani. Sihlangene la namhlanje exactly 4 years since we elected this leadership collective that you see before you here. When we were elected, for a record, we were elected in October 2018 in Maritzburg, and you gave us a mandate that we had to deliver, and we want to thank you for entrusting us with that responsibility. I'm happy to stand here today and say the PCT that you elected is ahlangene, isabumbene, intact nabana. Sifuna ukuthi sibabonge ngomsebenzi wabo ukuthi ngokubambisana bakwazile ukuthi baqhubeke babambane kuze kufike usuku lwanamhlanje. Out of the 21 PCT members that you elected at the second PPA in Pietermaritzburg, we only had 3 resignations for different reasons. We also had 1 member that we had to really ask to resign because that member was unable to fulfill his constitutional obligations. And I'm happy to also say that the 4 members that had to leave were replaced by capably abled PCT members that are here. So PCT yethu ihlangene intact and isebenze ngendlela okuyiyona. When we were elected ngenkathi sikhethwa ngo-2018, kwathathwa ama-resolutions sanikezwa i-mandate siyile collective. I-mandate esayinikezwa i-second PPA yayithe senze nje into ezimbili. Okokuqala yathi asihambe siyokhulisa i-membership ye-EFF kwi-province, to grow the EFF membership in the province. In mandate yesibili ukuthi we must go out siyokhulisa isibalo sabavoti kwi-EFF to go and increase voter support. Those were the 2 that we were given, and we are back here 4 years later to account on what have we done. Have we acquitted ourselves in terms of the mandate that you gave us? Let me go point by point. Kulama point amabili mandate enasinika yona. Eyokuqala, when we were elected, is the first one is on increasing EFF membership. When we were elected, EFF membership in KZN was around 70,000. But as of today, we are pleased to report that our current paid up membership is more than double what we inherited in 2018 because of you. Lokhu kukhula ngendlela emangalisayo la KwaZulu-Natal, ikakhulukazi ngenxa ukuthi abantu bakithi babhekane nezinselelo ezifana nobupha, ukuhlupheka, nokuthi iningi labo abasebenzi abaqashiwe. Our people sacrifice the little that they have to be able to pay for membership. Bancamela ukuthi umuntu akhokhe membership ye-EFF kunokuthenga isinkwa. That's a sacrifice. But we were able to increase izibalo zethu, and we doubled what we inherited. We took over in 2018. In the period under review, we saw an emergence of new political parties like Patriotic Alliance, or Team Sugar, or Action SA, Abantu Batu Congress, and many others. Still bekhona be-exist. EFF yakhula KwaZulu-Natal because of you, the ground forces. On the second part of the mandate that you gave us, you said we should go and increase voter support. And we want to account as following. After our elections in 2018, sabhekana nomsebenzi siqeda nje ukukhethwa ukuthi manje ke nasilungiselele ukhetho lohulumeni basekhaya la ngo-2019, ukhetho lukazwelonke nolwe province lika 2019, general election 2019. Through the relentless effort and selfless sacrifices of our branches and ground forces and leaders at all levels, we managed to increase EFF voter share from about 2% in 2014 in this province to more than 10% in 2019. Let me translate it to numbers. In 2014, we only had 2 members in the provincial legislature. Sithema senithe asambe siyokhuphula izibalo zabavoti ngo-2018, zakhuphuka izibalo e-legislature saya kwezisishiyagalombili from 2 to 8. This means that we were able to quadruple our representation in KZN legislature. Ongathi mawukubala ngamaphesenti uthi amaphesenti angaphezulu kwa-400 sakuphinda kane esasinako ngaphambilini. Having completed our task for the general election, we had to now start preparing for the local government elections of 2020. 2021. The campaign for 2021 election was one of the most testing and challenging, given the fact that we had new political players in the political space, but also we had the scourge of the COVID-19. Sikhankase kunzima besivalela bathi bavimba ngapha siphume ngapha bathi bavimba ngapha siphume ngapha ukuze sikwazi ukukhankasa sakhankasa ngempela siya kukhetho luka 2021. Izibalo ke ngoba iyalekelela mawuyishaya ngeba okhetheni luka 2021 sikwazile ukuthi sikhuphule ivoter support yethu kunaloko esasinako ngo 2016. Into esiyenzile sikwazile ukuthi sithole okungaphezulu kwaloko esasinako. In the 2016 elections we had 64 PR councillors, 64 ngokhetho luka 2016. Sithe masibuya ngo 2019 sakhuphula ngo 100 wamakhansela kuyimanje nje sino 164 wamakhansela KwaZulu-Natal. Asigcinanga lapho sakhiqiza deputy mayor abawu8, iward councillor eyodwa, oyihlalo abaningi bama portfolio committee nakwi exco. We managed to produce these numbers purely because we were focused as leaders to a point where EKZN became a top performer kule elections. Yingakho nje unationally athatha isinqumo sokuthi alethe la KwaZulu-Natal isiyabonga rally lesaba nayo ngo8 January laphayana eMoses Mabhida. Unationally ethi siyayibona imisebenzi yenu yokukhulisa abavoti KwaZulu-Natal. It must be noted that our campaign for local government elections 2021 was done under extreme challenges and restrictions of COVID. We commend our ground forces and leaders for their commitment to our elections activities. Sinomcabango othi as this collective ukube yayingekho iCovid nembandela yeCovid ngabe lokhu esikwenzile sakuphinda kane noma kathathu. Ngenxa ukuthi ama results ama elections akhomba ukuthi abekho abaphumelele kelekeqe, sayithola sesine challenge entsha yama coalition government. Ushukuti out of the 54 municipalities in KZN, that includes 10 districts, 17 municipalities were hung, and it necessitated some coalition arrangement. National leadership deliberated and resolved that we should work with the IFP, Gulabo Maspal. That gave us deputy mayors, exco seats, chairpersons of portfolios. It's a huge gain for the EFF because it gives us a foot in the door in terms of exposing us to governance. See, understand ukuthi lama office or mayor no ihlalo basebenza kanjani ukuze masingena sikwazi ukuzibambela sesinayo i-experience. After thorough deliberations and engagement at the commissions, because in Inkomfa is not about electing, but it's also about policy, it's about commissions. Kuzoba nama commission. So we believe that at the commissions, there will be a commission on governance. We should ask ourselves the following very difficult questions when it comes to our coalitions. Umbuzo wokuqala okufanele sizibuze wona ukuthi lama coalitions, are they working optimally? Asebenza ngokufanele nangokugculisayo na lasibambisene khona nalabe sibambisene nabo. Okwesibili kufanele sizibuze ukuthi bayazuza yini abantu, ama voters, ama taxpayers ngale coalition ekhona. Owesithathu kumele siyibuze kona ukuthi ingabe ikhona yini i-positive impact on service delivery to the people. Owesine, will this benefit our electoral programs and campaign? Kuyoselekelela yini masiphindele ebantwini siyokhankasa? Bayosilalela yini noma bayothi cha ivoti lalo kusho ukuthi sesilifake la elenu sesilifake la? Siyibuze leyo mbuzo siyiphendule honestly kuma commissions. Lastly, sisibuza ukuthi have we deployed the best cadres to occupy these official positions as now or deputy mayor, nama exco, etc., etc. These are the questions that we must interrogate at the commissions. Recently, both the provincial and the national leadership met with the newly elected KZN leadership of the ANC to discuss governance and service delivery issues. Just this past week, the national leadership of the IFP met with our national leadership to deliberate on the same subjects, governance and service delivery. This has led to a lot of speculations and theories about the future of the coalitions. We wish for our leadership at a national level to pronounce itself on the outcomes of these engagements soonest, so that we can get certainty and stability, particularly to those councillors in those hung municipalities. Sisifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal, during our term of office, kube nezinto ezibalekile okungafanele ukuthi sizibalule ngoba zenza uguquko olupermanent emlandweni walesifundazwe. Kunezifundo futhi esingayifunda kuleyo nto. Kokuqala nje into esehlele silobuholi was the royal family bereavements. It was with the greatest shock and sadness that we received the news of the passing of His Majesty King KwaZulu-Natal on March 12, 2021. It was so sudden and unexpected, having had the king on the throne since 1968. Abanye bethu into engakaze yenzeke in our lifetime. No more than a month later, the nation had to mourn again the passing of the then regent owayebambe isihlalo sesilo uNdlunkulu Mantombu Madlamini owayebambile ngaleso sikhathi. On both these instances, EFF yathumela i-official delegation ukuyolila eNdlunkulu. Lokhu sasikwenza in line with our manifesto. I-manifesto yethu ethi njenge-EFF siyabuhlonipha ubuholi bendabuko, siyawahlonipha amakhosi, futhi siyosebenzisana nobuholi bamakhosi ukuqinisekisa ukuthi siyaziguqula izimo zabantu bakithi kuzo zonke izindawo ezikhona, ngoba abantu ikakhulukazi abaswele umhlaba, ababhekene nendlala nokungasebenzi, bakuzo le zindawo zasemakhaya ezinganyelwe amakhosi. After the storm that struck the royal household had ceased, today we have a new king. As she alluded to that, Silo uMisuzulu isona esesihlalweni sagcotshwa ngokusemthethweni. Again i-EFF yayekhona ukuyokhuleka eNdlunkulu, futhi saba iqembu lokuqala ukumemezela ukuthi siyabamukela ubuholi besilo uMisuzulu. Sasho futhi ukuthi siyomeseka ngayo yonke indlela. Nangenkathi silo singena esibayeni kwaphuma ithimba le-EFF layohlanganela neNdlunkulu. Mfanje unobhala jikelele uhole ithimba lale PCT no national sayohlanganisa amehlo nesilo la sasiyosho khona ukuthi sizakalisa ukuseseka. We are going to support His Majesty the King. We acknowledge him as the rightful heir to the Zulu throne. Siyabuhlonipha ubuholi besilo. I want to take this moment senze ngendlela esenza ngayo KwaZulu-Natal abesilisa basukume bathule iqhoko abesifazane baqhubeke bahlale phansi ukuze sikhuleke esilweni uma isizulu ake senze njalo sithi vumbu ngokuthula abesilisa bethule iqhoko sikhuleke esilweni sithi bayethe 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 wena wendlovu. Thank you very much siyabonga comrades. Inhlekelele yesibili esehlele sehlelwe inhlekelele yeyikhukhula. Abantu abawu 435 balahlekelwa imphefumulo yabo KwaZulu-Natal. Abahamashumi amabili namhlanje imizimba yabo ayikaze itholakale. Kwalimala inqalasizinda nokuningi. Kodwa njengoba iEFF ihlezi isesayidini labantu abahluphekayo, Commander ubuholi beEFF zabona buphakela abantu, bubanikeza izindlu, bubalethela amanzi. Okubaleke kunako konke kwehla uCommander in Chief nobuholi bukazwelonke wazovakasha KwaZulu-Natal ezosibonela imphumela yalenhlekelele. Siyazi ukuthi kusemlandweni ukuthi wanikela ngo500,000 rand ukuze impilo zabantu zibe ngcono laba babehlukunyezwe ikhukhula. Nokuyinto ekufanele sishayile ihlombe njenge-EFF. Enye inhlekelele esehlele la kwadingeka ukuthi lobuholi buprovide ileadership. Sizokhumbula ukuthi ngoJuly 2021 kwaqubuka izibhelu kuleli likaMthaniya nokwaholela ukuthi ekutheni kushone abantu abangaphezulu ka300. The riots of July 2021 left more than 300 people dead. As much as others would like to characterize this unrest otherwise, proper characterization is necessary for the benefit of history and benefit of posterity. The correct categorization is that this was a result of ANC factions flexing their muscles against each other. Riots were ignited by the unjustifiable, unprocedural, unconstitutional incarceration of an 80-year-old who posed no serious threat to society. The people were justifiably angry. But we've learned some lessons from that action of the riots, and we must bear this in mind because we must learn from this. These are the things that we learn amongst other things. There is lack of capacity for gathering intelligence by our state security agencies. Sihlalele nje asinamaphoyisa ezobunhloli bahleli dehle bahlulwa ngisho ukugogela nje ukuthi kuzoba necash in transit bezwa ngendaba abantu sebeyicoshela okuyinketho okusale enkundleni ukuthi awuseyiqhumile ngala. Where is intelligence? Number 2, lack of adequate resources to respond to threats to the state and its sovereignty. Lelizwe lihleli nje budedengu asinahulumeni liku autopilot lezayibhelu zakhophisa nje ukuthi la kwamachanca kwampudlu zedlemini akunahulumeni babebamba beyeka obheka icele no Cyril Ramaphosa bebamba beyeka ungazi ukuthi bangazi nokuthi bathathe bahlanganise nani. It exposed lack of coordination and leadership from government up to cabinet. Bayakhombana ukuthi lo nginikile ireport ngathi zizokhala lo athi awunginikanga zikhale kanjani bathi besuka babesukela abantu abangenzanga lutho bayeko ngqondo obekuwabantu bakakhongolose abebephehla loludweshu. Okugcina okuvelile esibonile futhi nakuma floods, there is lack of capacity to respond to disasters la kulo hulumeni okhona. Asikubalule comrades ukuthi almost 50 black Africans were murdered in Phoenix. Bebulawa amandiya. Amandiya abulala abantu eVerlem, abulala abantu ePhoenix naseNanda. In the aftermath of the killings in Phoenix, the ANC through Bheki Cele visited Phoenix and said the killers of black people were heroes. We must never forget. The government, through Cyril Ramaphosa, visited Phoenix and hailed the murderers of black people as heroes. We must never forget. The IFP, through its president emeritus, Umangosuthu Buthelezi, visited Phoenix and hailed the killers of black people as heroes. The Democratic Alliance, through that uneducated, matriculous John Steenhuisen, went to Phoenix and hailed the killers as heroes. Ithi ayigcinanga lapha baze bafaka ama-poster athi manje kena ababulali babantu abamnyama lapha ePhoenix bayamaqhawe. Ukube asiwubanganga umsindo kwakungeke bawasuse lawa mabhodi. I-EFF phela eyamasha yaye Phoenix. Yes. On the 5th of August, the EFF led more than 10,000 fighters. The police told us it's 12,000. More than 10,000 fighters. We marched to Phoenix to demonstrate to those racists ukuthi ngeke babe khona no-go area like South Africa, in a march that was led by the Secretary General. It's only the EFF that demonstrated the love of black people. Therefore, SG, we would want this that PPA to resolve when you go to commission or we make resolutions, that the EFF in KwaZulu-Natal must set aside a day to commemorate and remember the brutal massacre of black people in Phoenix. Siyibize nge-Phoenix Massacre Day, and it must happen annually, minyaka yonke. One other thing that we need to speak about is the political killings and murder of EFF councillors and members. The KZN province is leading the country for its notorious killings of political leaders. This is despite a lot of taxpayers' money that was spent on Mwerane Commission of Inquiry on Political Killings, commissioned by the KZN provincial government and released in September 2018. Amongst the recommendation of that commission were the following: political parties must educate their members about political tolerance and the essence of democratic contestation. That was one of the resolutions of the Mwerane Commission. Second most important one is that political parties must take responsibility and be held accountable for these misdemeanors perpetrated by their members. One, ama-political parties awafundise abalandeli bawo ngentando yeningi nanokuthi ukuncintisana nokungcwekisana nokucontestana ngokwezikhundla akusho ukuthi siyizitha asinqumane. Isinqumo sokuqala esenziwa uMwerane. Esesibili sithi amaqembu ezepolitiki kufanele ukuthi wona athathe responsibility uma kone i-members awo kujeze amaqembu ezepolitiki. It is however clear that this message did not filter down to political parties. This is evidenced by the continued political killings in the province. Most of these killings are as a result of inter-party squabbles caused by the scramble for positions, which lead to proximity to state resources and tenders. Babulalana nje ngoba babangikhundla ikhundla abakholelwa ukuthi sibanika ipin code yokuyokweba imali kahulumeni. As much as most of the victims of political killings are from the ranks of the ruling party, the ANC, we have witnessed killings from the IFP as well as the NFP. The EFF has also suffered killings of its members. Though we currently don't have concrete evidence to suggest they were politically motivated, nonetheless it is a cause for concern. Notably amongst the members the EFF ezadutshulwa zabulawa amacala akhona angakaphothula ilo ukubulawa kukasihlalo wasemkhanyakude owadutshulwa ufighter umxolisi Buthelezi icala lakhe namanje elingakacaci ukuthi liyaphi. Okwesibili ukubulawa kwekhansela le-EFF emkhanyakude uMr Fixit Umthembu efona umakhansela eMhlathuze local municipality, and may their soul rest in revolutionary peace. In response to the above leadership, the EFF held a march against political killings and intolerance, which was directed to the office of the SAPS. Emveni kokuthi sibone ukuthi lento yokubulawa kwasopolitika ayipheli. Ngomhla ka-30 March 2019 saba nokhukhulela ngoqo wemashi owavala ngqi iTheku saya lapha ku Provincial Commissioner imashi eya-addresswa uSecretary General siyozwakalisa ukungathokozi kwethu ngokubulawa kwabantu bezepolitiki. Kuzokhumbuleka ukuthi ikhwelo lahlabutshwa uSG kuleya mashi wathi no IEC akaqale manje abuke ukuthi lamaqembu ezepolitiki asihlukumezayo afuna ukuzivimba. Nizokhumbula enye incident uCommander in Chief eMgungundlovu uKhongolo sefuna ukuzivimba esivalela amahholo wahlaba ikhwelo unobhala jikelele lithi uIEC akake naye asondele phela asebenzise amandla akhe to deal with these people who are violating the electoral code of conduct. Kodwa ngoba siyamazi ukuthi uIEC okwamanje uyibranch kaKhongolose, I'm sure ngeke benze lutho. I want to touch a bit on the state of the organization, because you gave us an organization, you said we should lead it. Siyabuya ke manje so accounta injani i-organization. Okuningi niyokuthola kwi-report kaNobhala kodwa ngifuna ukuthi qaphu nje ngithi we are pleased to report, as we have come to the end of our term of office, that upon our election in 2018 we found a living organization. Sayithola iphila saqhubeka sayakha kanye nani. Namhlanje we are returning the same organization to you. Siyibuyise iphila nayi niyayibona. We are pleased to also report that all 11 regions held their RPAs in the last 2 years without an incident. Regions not even a single incident eyake yareport kusho ukuthi inhlangano yethu iyakhula iyathuthuka iyaqina. Futhi we are confident that by December deadline yale 1 million membership campaign we would have met and surpassed our targets. All our regions are on board. We are geared towards the task of 1 million membership. Futhi we can stand here and say sizophumelela. As per the resolution of the directive of the CCT, we established a provincial labor desk which was led by the deputy chairperson here next to me. The labor desk of the province has become the vanguard of the workers, defending and protecting the vulnerable working class from abuse and exploitation by unscrupulous employers. Phambili nomzabalazo wabasebenzi phambili. Qina msebenzi qina. Ayikhule ilabor desk ye-EFF ayikhule. We were also directed to establish the gender-based violence desk that continues to do wonderful work in defending and protecting and supporting women and children against the scourge of abuse and victimization. Iyasebenza maningi ama-cases esidilile nawo ukuze sikwazi ukubhekana nokuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane. Phansi nokuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane phansi. Phansi nokuhlukunyezwa kwezingane phansi. phansi nokuhlukunyezwa kwamadoda phansi waba mncane pho phansi mangithi akuyeke ukuhlumeza amadoda abanye bethu siyaphela isibhaqa phansi nokuhlukunyezwa kwamadoda phansi phansi nokuhlukunyezwa kwabesilisa phansi. We wish to congratulate on the student command. We wish to congratulate the student command for holding successful programs that we have seen bewenza, but also notably they have held very successful and vibrant provincial student assemblies and at a national level. The level of discipline and organization that we witnessed at the student command assemblies are encouraging and commendable. Indeed, EFF is a preparatory ground for future and a platform for grooming today's leaders. Thina njenge-EFF asikholelwa kule nto yokuthi inkunzi isematholeni. Ukuthi abantu abasha bazolida ngelinye ilanga. Abantu abasha kufanele balide nini manje namhlanje. Balide nini? Abantu abasha kufanele balide nini? Asikholelwa le nto yokuthi inkunzi isematholeni. Abantu abasha must rise and lead, and we will support them. We are happy with the performance of the student command branches in the different institutions, as Uslalo had reported. The SRC elections, Gulama institutions, indicate the growth of the student command and the EFF amongst young people. We wish that the same energy esiyibona manenza marazmataz nikhankasela ma SRC and strategies and tactics could be transferred to the mother body. Singenza imanga with the student command with its energy. The Balisa Mtomusha campaign needs to be intensified and be supported with all resources, as it will play an important role in our quest to win elections and capture state power in 2024. It is possible, it is doable. Again, we heard you, Chairperson, when you say Isofunda Ngenkani campaign must also be supported, and the incoming PCT must look at it and say, how can we make resources available so that makuvulwa ikole in the new year and student command embarks on Sofunda Ngenkani campaign, they've got food, they've got accommodation, they've got all the necessary resources. It's one resolution that this PCT, incoming PCT, must come up with. It must never happen that ama students uma eyokwenza umsebenzi obaluleke kangaka aswele ama resources. I want to speak briefly on the road ahead. Sisuka la siyaphi, because I've spoken about what we've gone through in the last 4 years. Here's the road ahead. The third RPA is expected to hold commissions. It is our wish that one of the commissions ought to address the issue of preparations for elections 2024. These elections will be a watershed moment in the history of the province and the country. According to the results of the last elections 2021, the ANC is already below 50% at eThekwini and below 50% in the province. And it's notable that even at eThekwini they are below 50%. You must remember eThekwini is the biggest contributor kuma votes KwaZulu-Natal. The ANC is not coming back. It's on a slippery slope. Noma banga uma bathathe baphalaze, they are not coming back. They are gone. Okay, let's look at how close it is for the EFF to capture state power in KZN. The ANC currently in the legislature, out of 80 seats, it's got 44 seats. The official opposition okuyinkatha ina 13, DA in 11, EFF is number 8, and EFF is number 4 largest with province in 8. So between IFP and 13 ne EFF sihlukaniswe ama-city awu-5. Thina njenge-EFF sidume ngokudablisha nokutriplisha. So we are going above 20. We'll either take government or be the official opposition. But with the coalition government being a reality, cha siyayithatha lento. Ngena EFF ngo-2024 ngena. Siyayithatha iKwaZulu-Natal siyayithatha. Conclusion, fighters, we take this opportunity on behalf of the outgoing PCT, myself included, Uguti, we want to thank all the delegates for the opportunity you gave us to lead this movement. We thank you for your cooperation and dedication that you demonstrated over the years in carrying out your duties and responsibilities and implementing the decisions of the organization. Njengoba sizokhetha ubuholi osukwini lanamhlanje, you must be guided by what is outlined in our founding manifesto. In manifesto, EFF founding manifesto iti, the movement is inspired by ideals that promote the practice of organic forms of political leadership. Hayi abantu abavele baqhathake badive bangene ku leadership, organic form of leadership, which appreciates, very important, that political leadership at whatever level is service, not an opportunity for self-enrichment and self-gratification. If we can bear that in mind as we are going to elect leadership, be informed by the founding manifesto of the EFF, we will emerge victorious in all aspects in terms of the leadership that will lead us in the next 4 years. We expect you all to exercise highest level of discipline from start to finish. Kulesifundazwe saziwa ngenhlonipho nokuzithoba, masenze njalo. Sithokozela ukuthi la masibuka indlela esibaningi ngayo ngama delegates la, ungafunga uthi i-National Assembly. Ayikhule EFF KwaZulu-Natal, ayikhule. Ayikhule EFF KwaZulu-Natal, ayikhule. Siyangena ngo-2024, siyangena. Amandla.
Siyabonga sihlalo. Siyabonga sihlalo. Ukusipha ukudla kwendlebe. Siyabonga kakhulu sihlalo asimuphi ihlombe fighters. It's our chairperson, comrades. It's our chairperson, Commissar Vusi Khoza. Usiphile a political report. Indeed, Hlalo, in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, there's serious protracted war against abantu besifazane. Phansi ngokuhlunyezwa kwabantu besifazane phansi. Phansi ngokuhlunyezwa kwabantu besifazane phansi. Mandla. Comrades, ngale kokumosha isikhathi, we are 4 hours behind schedule. So lokhu usihlalo ekade sithulela khona sisazokucana kahle kuma commissions. Okay, kuzoba noshintsho oluncane fighters. Sizothatha i-report elandelayo, organizational report, then we go to uNonjebo asinikeze i-report kuNtsumlungwane, the treasurer's report. Then from there, we'll engage all the reports, ekugcineni. So njengamanje sizothola i-organizational report, and from there we move treasurer asinikeze a report on finances. Then we take questions. Let's give unobhala we province indlebe mayesithulela i-organizational report. Amandla awethu. Thank you.
Amandla, Mandla, viva EFF, viva, viva EFF, EFF, viva. No, angibonge ku Deputy Chair ukunginikeza leli thuba, ngibingelele kunobhala jikelele ukomisa uMarshal Dlamini, ngibingelele ku CCT deployee ukomisa Nontando Nolunchungu namakomisas onke deploywe KwaZulu-Natal, ngibingelele kwi PCT yonke eholwa umkhathini, ngibingelele kuma regions wonke ama RCT members akhona la, ngibingelele kuma branch leadership or ama delegates akhona la, ngithi sanibonani. Angizukuchitha isikhathi, ngizozama ukushesha ukuze sihlabele mgama. Ngizothula i-report useshilo sihlalo ukuthi ngo-October last year 5 to 7 October nasinikeza umsebenzi, namhlanje nizozwa ukuthi senzeni. So ngizoya straight kwi-report, I think iyacirculate la niyayithola. Ngizoqala lapha ku-introduction. With just 9 years of existence for the EFF has made great strides in the KwaZulu-Natal, having made history when it increased its share of votes during national elections from 6.5% in 2024 to slightly above 10%. In the 2019 elections, the EFF in KZN gained momentum again in the 2021 local government elections, having gained municipality. There was previously no representation. We saw EFF in KZN tripling his representation in the coveted eThekwini municipality, having grown from just 8 seats to 24 seats. We also saw it making giant strides by winning seats in ANC strongholds such as Umdoni and Reinkonen municipality. Again, history was made when again its first ward in Uthugela region, Ukahlamba Ward 2, and also went on produce 8 deputy mayors for the first time ever in the KZN. I know no palawa so Uthugela ke usezokuphakama mangisho kanje ngeward uhlala sithomela ngayo. Amidst declining economic which has seen many people losing their jobs and the ever-present triple challenges of unemployment, poverty and inequality, we have seen the EFF in KZN being at the forefront of the struggles of the rejected masses. We have seen our leadership leading a protest to Phoenix against the killing of black people by Indians, and we have also seen their marching to local embassies in the support of the Black Lives Matter movement, which was started in USA in a bid to fight against the indiscrimination, exploitation, ill-treatment, and exclusion of the black child. We have seen our leopards leading various protests in support of unlawful labor practice. We have seen our GPV decks leading various protests against the gender-based violence of vulnerable women and children. We have seen our MPLs tabling motions of outstanding and forcefully sterilization of HIV-positive women, which date are still under review. We have seen our incumbent leading being a custodian of the 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars, whereby they have seen at the forefront of fighting unlawful land evictions, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, whereby they have joined hands together with the EFF Student Command in ensuring that no African is deprived of free education through Sizofunda Ngenkani campaign. We have seen our leadership pursuing the clinics to open for 24 hours, and we have also seen them leading protests to root out corruption in government institutions. To date, there are former mayors and the officials who have been dismissed and suspended as a result of the EFF in KZN having blown the whistling. Amidst the higher rate of political killing in the province, we have seen our leadership being at the forefront of killing for the provincial government and the SAPS to leave no stone unturned in investigating these killings. Fighters, it has not been a blissful 4 years, especially with the ever-changing political claimants, but we are grateful to have been afforded the opportunity to lead at a crucial time like this, where history was made. We saw passing of the baton and the king, the Zulu king, for the first time in just over 50 years after the dismiss of King Zwelithini Kabheka Zulu and the passing of Queen uNdlunkulu Madlamini. As the EFF, we support the royal family. We were also the first ones to unshamedly declare our full support for the current King Misu Zulu Zwelithini Zulu amidst uncertainty and tension in the royal household. We have led during the most uncertain period since the democratic dispensation with viruses such as the COVID-19 pandemic and the unpredictable climate, which was wreaking havoc in many parts of the province, but we have risen against all odds. The 2021 South African unrest, also known as the former President Zuma unrest, looting was a wave of this civil unrest which occurred in the province from 9 to 18 July 2021. This process against the incarceration triggered wider noting and the looting. Much of it is said to have been undertaken by people who were not in support of Zuma and fueled by job layoffs and economic inequality worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic policies. Looting has caused KZN a lot because some business may never open again, and it is estimated that the impact could cause the KZN economic somewhere in the region of 20 billion. In April 2022, heavy rains across KwaZulu-Natal led deadly floods, with the most hard-hit areas being in and around Durban. 1,000 homes were damaged and 435 people lost their lives due to these floods. The EFF has donated R500,000 towards helping flood victims in Durban. CIC Julius Malema came to offer his support by visiting in an informal settlement in Durban where more than 50 homes were washed away. He handed over blankets, mattress, food at a church where families are being housed. We are not where we want to be yet, but with hard work, focus, dedication, and unity, slowly but surely we get there. As intensifying our efforts towards the 1 million membership campaign, let us challenge ourselves that it does not only become once-off campaign, but our lifelong goal until achieve economic freedom in our lifetime. Let us remember that in unity and effective solidarity are the conditions of African liberation, France Fanon. The province went the second Provincial People Assembly, which was held on the 5th to 7th of October 2018, that was addressed by the Deputy President, Fred Shivambo. The Assembly managed to complete its business by the elected leadership. The Assembly was attended by delegates from 783 branches in good standing at time out of 870 IEC wards in the province at the time. Elected provincial structure. Below is the elected provincial command team from the second PPA as per the constitution adopted in the first National People's Assembly. Officials are there, additionals are there. I will go to number 3, Provincial Command Team and the Provincial Coordinating Committee. Provincial Command Team. The Provincial Command Team, as elected in the second PPA, was tasked with the responsibility of growing EFF membership and increased voter support in the province, which would have positive impact to the provincial legislature and municipality. The PCT continued to meet as mandate in order to process all organization matters. The PCT has convened 29 times between 2018 and 2022, with some meetings being physically while others are virtually because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the national lockdown. At its meeting, the PCT process and gives effective the resolution and recommendation of the CCT, PCT, and other political matters such as programs, activities, membership deployment, which are covered separately below, and a range of other organizational matters. Provincial Coordinating Committee. Section 21 of the EFF Constitution stated that at its first sitting after being elected, the PTC shall elect 6 additional members of the PCT who, together with the chairperson, deputy chairperson, secretary, deputy secretary, and treasurer, shall constitute a provincial command committee. Accordingly, the PCT elected the following fighters to PCC. You see leadership is there. PCC, which is in the coordinating committee of the province tasked with the running day-to-day business of the organization in the province. The PCC has met 41 times in the period under review. The PCC meets in order to attend to and process matters relating to day-to-day running of the organization at the provincial level. Provincial committee. The PCT, in accordance with the EFF Constitution, replaced PCT members that vacate their position for different reasons. The following fighters were replaced. Fighter Heta Gilik failed to carry out their organization duties. Fighter Lungile Kabuz expelled from the organization. Fighter Pesindwandwe resigned for personal reason. Fighter Rebecca Motlale elected to CCT on the second NPA. Fighter Andy Lenondaba resigned for personal reason. The above mentioned PCT members were replaced by the following fighters. Fighter Hlengiwe Kiliza, Fighter Vifin, Fighter Nigiwe Mchali, Fighter Subongile Kawula. The PCT currently has 3 vacancies caused by different reasons, one of which was caused by the co-option of Commissar Sibongile Kawula to the CCT. Secondly, caused by the resignation of fighter Andile Nondaba and lastly caused by the non-compliance of fighter Mwiseni Nkosi. Provincial Coordinating Committee. The PCT replaced PCC members that vacated their position for different reasons. The following fighters vacated their position in the PCC. Bese ngibafundile ngenhla leadership. Let us go to number 4. PCT deploys to regions as mandated by the higher structure in order to ensure proper coordination of EFF work in the province. PCT deployed its members to the regions. I think leadership you see is there and you know all of them because are working very hard in your region. Let us go to number 5. Central Command Team deployees. The Central Command Team deployees to the province deployed by the CCT were tasked to give guidance and oversee the work of the organization in the province and report to the CCT. The following commissars are deployed to the province. I think leadership you know are there and you know them are working in the province. They are working day and night. Let us go to number 6, Provincial Disciplinary Committee. The PCT appointed the following fighters to serve in the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, chaired by fighter Thokozani Langa and PDC additional members. Themba Mvubu, prosecutor, was fighter Tabani Mia, whom was later elected to CCT. The PCT then resolved to replace fighter Tabani Mia with Themba Mvubu as now prosecutor and appointed fighter Slindile Luthuli and fighter Nkululeko Ngubane as additional members. The PDC in its tenure among a number of cases that they were presided over found in particular 15 councillors guilty of defaulting, defiance and misconduct and recommended expulsion to all 15 and CCT gave concurrency to the recommended sanction. Some of the charged fighters whose verdict were guilty were given suspension sentence and some suspended sentence and some were acquitted. All recommendation sanctions did get concurrence from the PCT before they were forwarded to CCT, except there was only recommended sanction by PDC of late Regional Secretary of Umkhonto that did not get concurrence from the PCT and he was then acquitted. Currently, the PDC is dysfunctional due to the resignation of Themba Mvubu as a prosecutor and also Nkululeko Ngubane resigned as additional member, both sides being overcommitted. Membership is the basis of the organization existence. For this purpose, Section 4 of the Constitution outlined the importance and relevance of membership. The section spells out the eligibility criteria for being a member of the EFF, set out the values and principles which must go a further, provides the declaration joining as a member and also outline prohibited behavior, rules and responsibilities. Prior to this PPA, the organization did not have a fully fledged and watertight membership system. Mostly membership was captured manually and this presented several shortcomings in our membership database. For example, it was difficult to verify when a person had lapsed and was therefore due for renewal. There were delays in printing membership cards and there were also membership duplication. In 2020, the organization rolled out a new and interactive membership system. The system is an online membership system and therefore reduces much of the cumbersome processes which were the prevailing in the old way of processing membership. With the upgraded system, it can now detect duplication and membership application, verify if the member is registered to vote, and also indicate renewal and expire date. Moreover, the process had printed of membership cards is now quicker and more efficient. I think that was the decision was taken in the second NPA. That's why the membership system was changed. That decision was taken was implemented. Table below indicates the current membership of the province per region. Leadership is there, you know. You are coming from the region, you know your membership. Let us go to number 8. Elections. The EFF founding manifesto adopted by the EFF National Assembly on what is to be done, held on the 26th of July 2013, states that the economic freedom fighters will contest political power because we are guided by the firm belief that we need political power in order to capture the states and then transform the economy for the emancipation of black South Africans, especially Africans. Therefore, it is for this reason that the organization in its character will always contest all elections as form of contesting political power. Between the 5th to 7th of October 2018 and today, which is the period under review, the organization contested both the 2019 national and the provincial elections and 2021 local government election. This section of the report is meant to give a brief summary of the results of EFF performance and results in both elections. 2019 national general election, the province had 11 regions and all had active RCT except for unlaunched Umzinyati region, which was very weak. The province had 870 wards and reported to have established 870 branches command teams. The party received 832 votes nationally and 361 provincially. It remained to be known what could have caused the almost 14,471 votes differences between national and provincial votes. Voting, rigging, and fraud may also not be ruled out. eThekwini and Umkhumbulo regions perform fairly well compared to other regions of the province. The best performing wards in the top 60 are found in eThekwini, which are 100. Nakaya Apalioma Ward leadership, the party received less than 20 votes in only 0 wards and more than 400 votes in 679 wards. The province only managed to secure 8 seats in the legislature and 1 NCOP. The table below indicates EFF elections results attained in 2019 national elections, general elections. Is their leadership you see? Local government election, let us go there. A total of 59 political parties contested the 2021 local government election in the KwaZulu-Natal and 6,889,534 valid votes were counted. The organization received a total of 585,406 votes, an increase from 3.4% in 2016 to 8.4% in 2021. The organization is the 4th largest political party in the province after the ANC, DA, and IFP. The organization is represented in 42 municipalities out of 44 and represented in 9 district councils out of 10 and in the eThekwini metropolitan. The organization not represented in the following local municipality: Umvoti and Endumeni, and 1 district, which is Umzinyati. In the 2021 local government election, EFF received 163 PR councillors and 1 ward councillor, which totals up 264 councillors in the entire province, up from 64 councillors in 2016. The EFF managed to get 8 deputy mayors in the following municipality: Nongoma local municipality, Uthukela district municipality, Amajuba district municipality, Danhazwa local municipality, Maphumulo local municipality, Zululand district municipality, Ntubatuba local municipality, and Umhlatuze local municipality. KwaZulu-Natal has a total of 5.4 million people registered to vote and accounted for 8.8% of the total registered votes in South Africa. 2.6 million people turned out to vote in the 2021 local government election, a voter turnout of 48%. Table below outline the EFF 2021 local government result compared to 2016 local government and 2021 in the province. Leadership is there. Let us go to number 9, governance. Governance refers to the organization's representation involved and the participation in the local municipality, district municipality, provincial legislature, national council, provinces, and the National Assembly. Governance is overseen by the governance unity, the provincial GTU chaired by the provincial chairperson is composed by all regional chairpersons. The provincial governance task unity meets on a regular basis to process governance issues and to implement national GTU resolution and mandates. Labor desk was mentioned by our provincial chairperson that are headed by our deputy chair, Mongezi Twala. The establishment, formalization, organizing of the labor desk was due to the exploitation of workers during COVID-19 outbreak in 2021. The CCT resolved to intervene in assisting workers to claim their COVID tires and UIF monies. The EFF labor desk of KZN had to implement this program at a very critical period and at a moment of uncertainty for the working class. It was around the pandemic COVID-19 period that the very same labor desk was being launched. The organization had to rely on volunteers, ground forces across the 11 regions of KwaZulu-Natal province. This gave a chance for the EFF to prove itself on the commitment of being the vanguard and an ally of the working class. All of this was achieved by selflessness and sheer dedication of volunteers and love of our people. The decline and repeat corruption of unions has left workers vulnerable and to super exploitation by employers who captains of the capitalist system, deprivation of bargaining power, and let alone complete denial of basic conditions and labor rights remains the order in this province. Since the establishment of labor desk, there is no doubt that the working class has significant relief from our organizational program and hope has been restored, although more work still lies ahead. And there is a significant opportunity in the province of fast-tracking the total takeover of the EFF should we address some of the problems identified by the labor desk in the province and harness the voting power workers have always provided in revolutionary movement. If we diligently continue to genuinely steer them towards the right direction and staying with them as we done as far, the potential remains in our favor as an organization in the province and a national level. However, ours must not be a window dress approach, genuine wins programs and capitalization and capitalization of workers must continue in order to workers to be able to deal with the elite pack that has decided to wage war against them in cooperation with ANC-led alliance. Comrades and fellow fighters, without further delay, the report is going to detail, going straight to the outputs and gain made for the working class during the term of office. Since the inception of the EFF Labour Desk in the province, it is important to take note much of the work was not recorded adequately prior to the establishment of this desk. Therefore, more numbers have been achieved and some workers still remain aggrieved by the failure of the volunteers for various reasons that will be later revealed on the report. Furthermore, the report will cover challenges and give recommendations, particularly on issues around organizational discipline and potential damage that the organization has faced due to some volunteers who have attempted to use the Labour Desk as an opportunity for self-enrichment. The report will take this assembly and the organization on what has transpired and what steps had been taken and what must be done to arrest the looming tendency. Let me present this report on behalf of the KZN Provincial Labour Desk. This report will enable to next coming capable leadership and volunteers this assembly stepping stones and guided rails in order to continue and enhance the Labour Desk and convert many workers to become permanent members and alliance of the economic freedom fighters. Statistically report, there were more cases and resolved, however not reflected due to the fact that the Labour Desk was not fully centralized then, and therefore this report recognizes and acknowledges the effort done by the fighters back then. Cases reported is there. The cases resolved a significance higher than the reported. However, it remains a challenge to obtain statistics from the regional deputy chairperson who heads of Labour Desk. Despite many interventions, including training and workshops, there is still a challenge of accuracy. CCMA and Bargaining Council referrals is their leadership. It is important to note some cases were referred to the statutory bodies. However, some workers either took their own lawyers or were no longer traceable. It is also important to report that EFF Labour Desk does not enjoy a full or directed access to CCMA or Bargaining Council due to Rule 25 and its limitation, and majority fighters are not trained or have no set skills to deal with the above. That remains a challenge. Fighters have relied on the Rule 25 and some very few selected fighters, volunteers who are either former trade unionists or are still part of shop floor organizing have been instrumentally in helping the organization. Some of our members are members of the unions, hence we have relied on them to represent workers, albeit under the trained reception and assistance, but ground has been gained in terms of access to tribunal. It is incumbent for this assembly to deal with that issue on one of the commissions. litigations and arrests and disciplinary action. The EFF Labour Desk as a whole operations under a very precarious environment and contested space in this province. A number of forces still resist EFF Labour Desk and still view it as an enemy.
Mandla, leadership siyacela nje kancane silalelane le report ukuze nikwazi uku-engage nokuthi nicontribute kuyena. Please leadership, ne-movement esithi ukuyinciphisa kancane. Amandla.
Number 3, the EFF Labour Desk as a whole operations under a very precarious environment and contested space in this province. A number of forces still resist Labour Desk and will view it as an enemy to their exploitation and labor order. The 4 major forces are unions, companies, employers, organization, ruling party, police forces. The emergence of EFF Labour Desk has posed a serious threat in the balance of forces with a labor market in this province, and therefore to send fighters unaware or not trained sufficiently on some pertinent routes of pickets and criminal procedures has attracted hefty fines for the organization. Fortunately, the formalization of the Labour Desk, as a result, the above forces have been unable to target EFF as they did in the past. The training and workshops have yielded results as there has been less litigations and interdicts as fighters and becoming aware of pickets, rules and guidance of programs is now firmly placed on the regional chairperson. The above forces were using the loopholes in unguided activities. These had both financially.
Mandla, fighters, DOR, please assist us. Fighters, unobhala ufunda organizational report. There are parallel programs aqhubakala outside here. There are people distributing food here. Izoba khona lunch fighters provide organization. Izoba khona lunch. Remain disciplined, comrades. DOR, please assist us to get all these fighters who are roaming outside to come back inside. The plenary is still in session, comrades. DOR, please assist us. This unnecessary movement, comrades, is causing unnecessary disruptions here. There's serious chaos. Please, DOR, where are you? Please assist us in pushing all these fighters who are outside to come back inside the conference venue. DOR, please avail yourselves. Chairs and secretaries of regions, take charge of your delegation. Chairs and secretaries of regions, our city members, go outside and get all the fighters to come back inside. To know Bala ufunda occasional report, comrades. We must engage on it, all of us, as this conference. So this unnecessary movement here is causing serious disruptions and chaos. DOR, please assist us to push all the fighters back inside the conference venue. Thank you.
Below are the stats. Number of arrested fighters, while EFF Labour Desk activities 4, number of interdicts against EFF in the province 4, number of fighters referred to disciplinary action on Labour Desk related misconduct internally 2. The main challenge is disclosure in KZN EFF Leopard Text. Some fighters do not disclose the letters and interdict in the names or regional offices. It is only when legal firms are sitting the National Office of Legal Actions that the Provincial Leopard Desk gets into aware of incident. That would have been avoided had fighters informed the chairperson or leadership of any encountered. However, the members have been declined significantly. Lastly, there are two major cases wherein fighters were officially charged on allegation of fraud, misrepresentation, and abuse of power using leopard tests. This remains a serious offense in the organization, and where sufficient and sound proof, action must be taken in the future to protect the organization and vulnerable workers. The matter has been referred to the National Leopard Desk, which in turn requests an enrollment of disciplinary inquiries. The matter are pending finalization. All fighters must remain conscious and maintain their integrity when dealing with workers and any stakeholders. A zero tolerance of any corruptible tendency must be decisively be dealt with within the Leopard Desk and the organization in general. Programs pickets. When the Provincial Leopard Desk, there was number of intervention done by fighters across the province and regions, and this without a doubt help the workers and also assist the organization. We extended full and unreserved appreciation of the leaders in the regions and fighters for recognizing and responding to the calls of workers, especially during COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns. Fighters staged pickets and paid visit to employers and help workers to file cases at CCMA. Unions were nowhere, and if available were there with their sleepy and ignorant attitudes, and some side with employees. There are very few unions that were able to respond and resolve issues on behalf of their members. Those countless pickets and visits gave workers hope and assurance that should the EFF get into power, and legislative attitude will significantly shift to the benefits of working class and produce permanent quality jobs. Deputy Chairperson in various regions, coordinators and volunteers, the work was fundamentally, yes, with great challenges, but fighters raised the bar and put the politics of EFF first. One must report to them that PPA across the province, there was no of EFF first. One must report to the was no region that was not able to deal with the taxpayers' UIF that employers attempt to steal from the poor. All regions held their own pickets, and some with challenges and litigations, and we accept that we recognize the efforts. The total number per regions is not recorded due to challenges outlined earlier. EFF Provincial Leopard Desk held the following programs. Leadership is there. Those programs all are there. My go to C. Major strategic victories and gain by the Leopard Desk for the workers in the province. Leadership is listed there from one up to 5 is there. You will read it. And D, challenges. Resource mobilization for programs is still very low and uncertain. Failure to record and report statistics accurately. Poor follow-up on cases. LRA and basic conditions of employment comprehensions remains a challenge, and legislation still doesn't allow political parties on the labor spaces. Failures to disclose interdicts and the arrest by fighters and regions creates challenges and costs for the national office. Recommendations. Some of the councillors must designated or be allocated to assist labor desk in the regions to alleviate resources scarcity and traveling burdens. It is upon this, the Third Provincial Assembly, to expand and discuss this issue, as EFF Labor Desk has the potential to maintain and attract workers and may be vital forces EFF to be able to mobilize the 5 cardinal to be realized. Massive and protect industrially based workers must be alongside with EFF at all times. A ratio or quota must be allocated in every region. As example, all regional chairpersons must be mandated to book training themselves at CCMA and must account to the provincial labor desk. This is to avoid knowledge gap, since it is been observed that most relegate their duties to coordinators alone. All chairpersons who do not report or account must be either charged or removed in the portfolio to ensure labor desk is alive at all times in all provinces, continuous without hindrances. Provincial labor desk must communicate with the provincial treasurer to ensure unnecessary cancellation of organizational programs and marches due lack of resources. EFF Labor Desk must keep a database on all contact numbers of workers and must be able to make that information available for the organization for access wherein mobilization is concerned and election season, etc. The EFF Labor Desk continues to really end the selfless dedication of leaders, ground forces, and some institutions have shown positive reception and the comprehension of the aims and objectives of this organization initiative, and therefore more focus and attention as well. Resource allocation must be modestly allocated under supervision of Treasury and head of Labor Desk. Programs and organizational activities. The province currently has no provincial organizer since Fighter Themba Mvubu was elected to be the regional chairperson of eThekwini region at RPA held on the 26th of June 2021. Therefore, we have undertaken that we will involve in mass movement and community protests that seek the betterment of people's lives. We have promised South Africa, Africa, and the world that we will also associate with movements that demand land through land occupation, aim at making the message clear that our people do need land. In the period under review, the provinces has held the second phase of plenums, which one held on the February 2019 and the second one on March 2022. Further to the two plenums that province held, the following programs is their leadership. You can read. Might go to number 12, State of the Province. The EFF Provincial Office is located at 86 Buller Road, Glenwood, and the office is not branded with furniture both in 2014. The province currently has 3 staff members and 1 legislative staff member based at a provincial office as the security. The province has 11 regions are there. The province has active social media pages of Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and all the heartless are monitored by the media liaison and the communication officer Nokulunga Ngobese. The EFF is present and growing in all regions KwaZulu-Natal. All regions have held regional people assembly and elected leadership. Furthermore, all regions have PCT deployees to ensure both oversight and a clear line of communication between the regions and the province. The report below provides details about the region, from the state of the branches to election results and other organization programs. Reports from the regions also include all regions have regional offices with staff. We must salute the regions for being on the ground and organizing their programs of action in order to confront challenges peculiar to their regions. This mass-based program points to a spirit of activism and dedication on the part of members, and also foresight as well as wisdom from regional leaders who coordinate the programs. At eThekwini region, the last Regional People's Assembly was held on the 26th of June 2021. It was attended by 163 delegates. The Assembly elected fighter Themba Mvubu as the regional chairperson and fighter Sipepelo Zondi as the deputy chair. Fighter Kanyisani Kambule was elected regional secretary. Fighter Banele Tusi as deputy secretary and fighter Vugan Jovu as the treasurer, and 16 additional members. The region currently exists with 20 members due to other members vacating their position for various reasons. The region has a total of 111 IEC wards. The EFF regional office is there, you know. The region has total of 24 seats, of which they are all proportional representative councillors. The region is the only metro in the province. Between 2018 and 2022, the region has convened 2 regional panels. Between 2018 and 2022, the region has held various organizational programs, and among these are as follows. Is their leadership, you see. Amachuba region, and the membership is their leadership. The Regional People's Assembly was held on the 19th of August 2021. It was attended by 95 delegates. The Assembly elected fighter Sibusiso Sizane as the regional chairperson and fighter Fezile Kubola as the deputy chairperson. Fighter Nkosivumile Zulu was elected regional secretary. Fighter Neliswa Ntabela as deputy secretary, and fighter Mapule Masondo was elected as a treasurer, and 16 additional members. The region currently exists with 21 members that were elected during the RPA. The region, you know where is. The office is allocated there, Harding Street. The region has a total of 14 seats, of which all are from proportionally representatives. The organization is represented in the district council and all 3 local municipalities. The table is their leadership. Let us go to Uku region. The last regional People's Assembly was held on the 14th of August 2021. The Assembly elected fighter Ngeto Njenga as the regional chairperson and fighter Ntsiga Kumet as the deputy chair. Fighter Zibonele Tuma was elected regional secretary. Fighter Nomza Mondovela as the deputy secretary, and fighter Not Olom Ati was elected as the treasurer, and 16 additional members. The region currently exists with 19 members, 2 other members vacating their position for various reasons. And leadership, the table is there, you see, and you know the office of UKI, you can read. And the activities and the programs is there, leadership, on the page 26 is there, what they have done. Let us go to page 27, Utugela region. The last regional People's Assembly was held on the 27th of June 2021. The Assembly elected Fighter Mbongeni Shange as the regional chairperson and Fighter Tulani Sibego as the deputy chair, Fighter Sfiso Matondo as regional secretary, Fighter Sainile Nkosi as the deputy secretary, and Fighter Sanele Matondo as a treasurer, and 16 additional members. The region currently exists with 19 members, 2 other members vacating their position for various reasons. Leadership, the region has a total number of 76 IEC wards, and the region is divided into 3 local municipalities, namely Ukatlamba, Nkosilanga Albalele, and Alfred Duma municipality. The region is there, you know, is written. The region has a total of 10 seats, which is 9 are proportionally representative councillors and 1 is ward councillor, and the region is represented in all 3 municipalities. The table is there, leadership, for the votes and everything, and the membership. Let us go to the programs. Leadership are listed there. Let us go to Umkungundlovu. The last regional assembly was held on the 15th of August 2021. The assembly elected Fighter Mzwake Mpulo as the regional chairperson and Fighter Pilile Sheze as the deputy chairperson. Fighter David Msomi was elected regional secretary. Fighter Nomfundo Mchwara as deputy secretary, and Fighter Zwele Tumbambo was elected as a treasurer and 16 additional members. The region currently exists with 23 members due to the co-option and replacement of the other members, and have vacated their position for various reasons. The region the region has a total of 92 IEC wards. The district is divided into 7 local municipalities, namely Umshwati, Umgeni, Mpende, Mpofana, Mkambatini, Msunduzi, and Richmond. The regional office, you know, is there. The region has a total of 25 seats, of which all are proportional representative councillors. The table is there, leadership, you see. Let us go to King Techoayo. The last regional People's Assembly was held on the 29th of August 2021. The Assembly elected Fighter Spusiso Mtiane as the regional chairperson and Fighter Andy Lengubane as the deputy chairperson. Fighter Sabelo Kubisa was elected regional secretary. Fighter Zama Mtimkulu as deputy secretary, and Fighter Mondi Zadla was elected as a treasurer, and 16 additional members. The region currently exists with 24 members due to other members' co-option of other members to exist structures that was elected during the RPA. The region has a total of 107 IEC wards. The district is divided into 5 local municipalities, namely Umfolozi, Umhlatuze, Umlalazi, Umtonjanen, and Inkandla. The region is that Pangeni, you know, the region has totally of 16 seats, of which all proportional representative councillors. The table is there, leadership, for the membership. Let us go to Umkanyagute region. The last regional People's Assembly was held on the 15th of August 2021, attended by 115. The Assembly elected Fighter Mkolisip Telezi as the regional chairperson and Fighter Notile Mteto as the deputy chairperson. Fighter Simon Tembu was elected regional secretary. Fighter Stembiso Vumase as a deputy secretary, and Fighter Nkululeko Xhakaza elected as a treasurer, and 16 additional members. The region currently exists with 19 members due to other members vacating their position for various reasons. The region has a total of 80 IEC wards. The district is divided into 4 local municipalities, namely Umhlabialingana, Mtuba, Jozini, and Big 5 Hlabisa. The regional officer, you know very well, at Mkhuze. The table for membership is there. List of programs are there, leadership. Let us go to Zululand. The last regional assembly was held on the 20th of June 2021, attended by 131 delegates. The assembly elected Fighter Tulani Ndlovu as the regional chairperson and the Fighter Sabelo Nkosi as the deputy chairperson. Fighter Bongimpilo Hlengetwa was elected regional secretary. Fighter Thandwa Yinkosi Msibi as deputy secretary. And Fighter Sipamandla Biela elected as a treasurer, and 16 additional members. The region currently exists with 21 members that were elected during the RPA. The region is there, but Ulusuni, you know. The office of the regional situated at number 6, that but Ulusini. The region was a total of 95 IEC wards. The district is divided into 5 local municipalities, namely Edumbe, Abaqulusi, Nongoma, Upongolo, and Ulundi. The region has a total of 10 seats, of which all proportional representative councillor. Table is there, leadership, and the programs are listed there. Harry Kuala. The Regional People's Assembly was held on the 27th of June 2021. It was attended by 98 delegates. The assembly elected Fighter Zugisani Changase as the regional chairperson and Fighter Nomfundo Mpaipeli as the deputy chair. Fighter Olisa Memela was elected regional secretary. Fighter Tombente Mchali as deputy secretary, and Fighter Sibongiseni Mlojwa elected as a treasurer, and 16 additional members. The region currently exists with 21 members that were elected during the RPA. The region has a total of 61 IEC wards. The district is divided into 4 local municipalities, namely Greater Kokstad, Ubuhlebezwe, Umzimkhulu, and Dr. Nkosazana Zuma and Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. The region is there, you know, all of you all. The region is there. The region has totally of 21 seats, of which 19 are proportionally representative councillors and 2 in the district council. Table is there, which is explaining everything, leadership, and the programs are there, are listed. Let us go to Umzinyati. The last regional People's Assembly was held on the 28th of August 2021. It was attended by, let us correct, 55 branches delegates. The assembly elected Fighter Nkosiyapana Mazibuko as the regional chairperson and Fighter Stakaselo Zondi as the deputy chairperson. Fighter Sanele Nyoga was elected as the regional secretary. Fighter Nish Arens as deputy secretary, and Fighter Ayanda Masondo was elected as a treasurer, and 16 additional members. The region currently exists with 23 members, of which 13 are active and 10 are not active. The RCT co-opted 2 members to structure that was elected during the RPA. The region has a total of 61 IEC wards. The district is divided into 4 local municipalities, namely Endumeni, Ngutu, Umvoti, and Umsinga. The regional officer is there at Dandi, you know. The table below explains the membership and everything. Let us go to Ilembe region. The last regional People's Assembly was held on the 28th of August 2021. It was attended by 114 branches delegates. The Assembly elected Fighter Sakile Zondo as the regional chairperson and Fighter Mzwandile Mtembu as the deputy chairperson. Fighter Mxolisi Mtiane was elected regional secretary. Fighter Nogukanya Kuzwayo as deputy secretary, and Fighter Mcebiseni Makanya was elected as a treasurer, and 16 additional members. The region currently exists with 23 members due to the co-option and replacement of the other members that have vacated their position for various reasons. The region has a total of 79 IEC wards. The district is divided into 4 local municipalities named Mapumulo, Mandeni, Ndwetwe, and Watuguza. The officer is there at Watuguza, you know. The region has a total of 14 seats, of which are 13 proportionally representative councillors and 1 district council. The table is there, leadership, you see. Let us go to number 14, obituaries. Leadership are there. Angolisa bahlonishwa la ukuthi baningi ama-fighter asishile, kodwa asikwazanga ukuthi ama-region as-providing abo bonke, kodwa yilaba ya esibabhalile nesibakhumbulayo. In my conclusion, the report indicated current status of the province and the current status of the regions, the organization, victorious and the shortcomings in terms of both national general elections and local government election results and membership growth as resolved in the previous PPA. In conclusion, it is also noted that some of the shortcomings and dropping in terms of election results and membership growth is caused by the communication breakdown between the provincial leadership and the regional leadership deployed to the branches. The report further recommended that the incoming leadership of the province must ensure that members of the branches are not supplied with information from national level to provincial level to regional level and to the branch level. Program Director, why in my closing I mentioned this, and I'm saying that the incoming leadership, if you noticed yesterday, there were some questions here, in fact, was in the part of adopting the agenda, adopting the program. Because the ground forces have some issues. That's why in the wrong place, in the wrong platform, they raise that issues. So the incoming leadership, you must make sure that you give the ground forces or the branch leadership the information, in order to avoid the lot of dispute. When we're launching branches, we're nominated delegates, there is a lot of dispute. Incoming leadership, they must make sure this thing must not happen, because what we need, we want this organization, not just the membership to grow, we want this organization, even the voters grow, because when you go to local government, they must make sure that we must listen the branches, what they need, what delegates, what candidate they need. Program Director, as on the 2021 government election, in fact, as the EFF, we're not just supposed to get 164, we're supposed to get more than 300 councillors, because of the information that are not sent to the ground forces. The ground forces are the people who voters who are doing the work. The higher leadership, they must respect the ground forces. I thank you.
Siyabonga nobhala. Unobhala uthi the long and short of it, leadership ezongena must be a responsive leadership. Those are the attributes that is making unobhala wethu. I see this fighter is raising his hand, and God has phakamise isandla. Maybe I should allow him and hear what he has to say. Where is a roving mic? Staff, please wake up, assist us with roving mics, staff. But there are no mics even here.
Thank you very much. I think it's a matter of exigency to the House, particularly to even the leaders. I'm Fighter Mkola Mehlomakulu from Kungundlov in Ward 37. It's the issue that people are not listening to the report because they are crying of hunger and they are making that complaint to us. So my concern is that we are not going to get time to properly really speak about the report because we'll be rushing things because people are anxious and people are hungry. Can we just have guidance regarding that? Thank you.
Fighters, sizwakele isicelo senu. We're still checking with the caterers if they are ready. Then it's of no use. Fighters, can you learn to listen and be disciplined? Because it's of no use ukuthi sithi phumani la. But nifike nime ngaphandle because the caterers are not ready. So we're still checking. Just listen. We're still checking if they are ready, so that we'll advise in a plenary or a conference, and then we'll give you order okuzokwenzeka ngayo indlela ukuthi distribute ukudla. Right now what we're going to be doing is to engage on treasurer's report. Then we're going to take 5 hands this side, 5 hands this side. We adopt the report, and then from there we'll advise you how we're going to distribute food. That's it. Amandla, treasurer, please come.
No, Thank you very much, Provincial Deputy Chairperson. May I take this opportunity to greet our Secretary General, Commissar Marshal Dlamini, and also extend my greetings to our CCT deployees, our commissars led by our CCT convener, deployee Commissar Noluthando Nolchongo. Greetings to our outgoing PCT members, regional command team, leadership present, and our delegates coming from all corners of our province, from their respective regions. Commissars and fighters, we are meeting here today in difficult times towards economic freedom in our lifetime. Since 1994, there has never been any attempt to attain economic power after the attainment of political power. Forces of imperialism continued as if nothing happened. The birth of this July movement disrupted white monopoly capital dinner table. That is why today we are confronted with the white monopoly masters who are now funding anyone who wants to start any reactionary political party. 2024, we are going to be faced with the many new parties that are funded by same white families. To tighten the grip and to close any possible funding to EFF, they have introduced the Party Funding Act so that they can be able to know any business and individuals who attempt to fund EFF so that they can use SARS and law agencies to pursue them. As EFF, we have been in a position where it is difficult to raise funds. But we always find means to make sure that the revolution is funded. Commissars and fighters, as KZN, we do not have provincial bank accounts. All our funds are directed to national bank account that is managed by our Commissar Treasurer General. Our primary income is from Parliament Party Fund, in which the amount we can receive as EFF determined by the number of seats we have in provincial legislature. We use this money to pay for regional offices and provincial offices. This is the money that keeps us afloat as the organization in the province. Staff members, rent and stationery is paid for by these funds. We also have public representative contributions. This money goes straight to national account. It assists us in funding national activities that are hosted in our province. The money is used to pay for transport, sound, venues, and many other logistics. Commissars and fighters, funds that we were able to fundraise were under the threshold to be disclosed with the IEC per the Political Party Funding Act, which introduced a strict regulatory framework for the private funding of political parties. This includes setting limits for the source size and use of donated funds by political parties. According to this act, parties have the following obligations. Parties must disclose all donations received above 100,000, whether in cash, kind, e.g. transport, catering, or both, to the Electoral Commission each quarter. The 100,000 is cumulative, or multiple donations from the same entity are added together and must be declared immediately when the total value reaches 100,000. Parties may not accept donation above 15 million rands per year from a single donor, from foreign government and agencies, except for the training and policy development. from any government department or state-owned entity. Commissars and fighters, the time to win state power is now. We must hit the ground running and mobilize our people towards the revolution. A luta continua. Mandla. Thank you.
Oh, no, Jeff. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yakobo no Jeff. Yakobo no Jeff. Fighters, we're going to try and move swiftly so. We're only going to engage these 3 reports, but we're only going to adopt 2, which is the organizational report and the treasurer's report. Now, the commissions are going to deal with the nitty-gritties and the details. Whatever that you want to sponsor or you want to come with a suggestion on how to mold things moving forward, you are still going to have ithuba or an opportunity to engage further, detailed so and comprehensively so, in your respective commissions. So, here you just engage in terms of saying, maybe in this report, this is the omission, nako okungaveli, that as a region or as fighters that we know of. But detailed so, you are going to deal with such where in your respective commissions. Are we clear? Are we clear? So I just want 5 hands this side, 5 hands this side. We move with speed, comrades. Then see wrap this session as salungisa into a center, the national question, issues of food. So let's move. 5 hands this side, 5 hands this side. It's number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. I can't see, okay. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Move in that order. Let's move, comrades. In that order, let's move. Bonke angibakhombe ngapha laba bawu4 abeze ngapha ba line up impela kunjalo hlalo. Wonke umuntu ophakamise ngapha akasukume a line up kwi mic. No, phela ngikhombe only 4 people there and 1 here. So it cannot be 5 or 6 there. So let's start here. Check your mic ukuthi uyonisile lapho fight.
One, two. Oh.
Okay, because that one is on, please.
Yeah, sure.
Move.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Start with this mic, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Comrade Deputy Chairperson. My name is Mazwi Plose from eThekwini, Ward 55. I think, Deputy Chair, with your inputs that you have given us, I would also just like to lobby the House that we listen to you properly, that the engagements will happen at the commissions. So I stand here with the proposal that I would then move for the adoptions for the reports, and then all engagements, including the corrections you are mentioning, should then be done at commissions for the interest of time and what was raised here in terms of agency for the comrades that they were saying they are hungry. Thank you very much.
Now, when we move with that proposal, it means I must then check if there's a seconder to such a proposal. Is there a second to such a proposal?
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. My name is Mangoba Dlamini from Amachuba region, Ward 29, Newcastle sub-region, the proponent of better days. I stand here, TC, to second and share the same sentiments with the regional spokesperson to say we must move in that fashion. We will have engagements after we're done with everything. Obviously, matters of national importance are very strategic, so we must move, comrades.
It's done, comrades, all of you. That is all. Is there an opposite view, comrades? Those who are here.
Oh, I see, right. Oh, thanks very much, Sekela Sihlalo. My name is Dumisani Malevo from Kungundlovu region. I am coming from Umgeni municipality. My question is this. I only have two questions for you. You are speaking English, but in the council chamber, you are telling us to speak isiZulu. That's the first question. The second question is that I am in a financial portfolio committee. When are you going to inform us or to lecture us how to interpret AMA ratios? Because I find it very difficult to interpret AMA ratios in financial level. Yes, that's the second question.
Into ibithi, sicheka ukuthi is there a counter proposal? Ilokho ebekade sicheka. But let's allow you fighters to submit your take on these reports.
Because as a fighter, I always want to participate. As I said before, I find it very difficult to interpret AMA ratios financial, because we are dealing in Mali and we are always saying financial fight any corruption. How can I fight in corruption knowing very well I can't interpret Malukuzana AMA ratios lawa financial? That's
This
my
mic is
concern.
collapsing us, good people.
Yes.
This mic is collapsing us. This mic is collapsing us. You are covered, comrades. Omunye olandelayo.
Greetings to the whole leadership, the SG, as well as all the leadership present. My name is Pamandla Biela from Zululand. Kade ngifundi report la kanobhala, ngifunda futhi report kaSihlalo. Yangiphatha kabi futhi yangilimaza ukuthi mangiyibheka angitholi ikhuluma nge-issue yama-by-elections. Kanti issue yama-by-elections as EFF sesiyithola sisehlazweni every election in KZN. Makune by-election asenzi kahle, asiperformi kahle. Kusho ukuthi kungenzeka ukuthi ebuholini noma ku-PCT noma to these reports, to those who were crafting or drafting these reports, i-issue yama-by-elections ayibalulekanga kubona ngoba ayibathinti. Ngiyafisa ukuthi sengathi ikakhulukazi uSihlalo noBhala njengabantu asebephuma bese advise njengobuholo obukhona, njengobuholo ophumayo ukuthi i-approach towards
Fighter. Order.
yes.
This report, akuseka Sihlalo, akuseka noBhala yedwa. It's for the province entirely so.
Oh, thank you.
So you need not to single out certain individuals. And I hope the rest of this plenary is going to take you from such.
Thank you, DC.
Point of order.
Bangiphazamisa sihlalo ngifike.
No, comrades was serious here. Allow this fighter to speak aqede, and then we'll allow you to engage. Please.
I therefore kindly request PCT, the outgoing PCT, ukuthi ake advise noma ake sinikeze clarity ukuthi akuphi kanti ama problems in terms of approach esisebenzayo mangabe approach ama by elections. Number 2, tina njenge EFF sinama cardinal pillars. In one of these cardinal pillars sikhuluma ngeland. So kunama issues of land and farms akhona reportwayo noma afikayo kwi provincial office, but I don't see them there kwi report. Amanye alama issues reportwayo were reported directly, and usihlalo we province was dealing with those reports, those issues. Enyewa was there in Ward 1 at Dumbe in Zululand. Enye was there in Mtonjaneni municipality. Kunabantu abakhala ngomhlaba lapho bese kuthi le Dumbe kunabantu ababekhala ngokuthi bahlukunyezwa ibhoni. Usihlalo was working on those cases. Ekugcineni simthole engasakwazi ukubamba incingo, engasawa attend lawo ma cases, abantu esebazebile. Sicela ukuthi as-elaborate ukuthi uhambe wagcina phi kuloko. Thank you.
Olandelayo.
Okay.
Can you allow ufighter lo akhulume, and then we'll come.
The point of order, Chairman.
No. Wait, Malanda. Wait, Malanda. We'll allow you to engage. Let's listen to this fighter, and then we'll give you an opportunity to go to Kulu. Let's move, comrades. Let's move.
Ngiyabonga Chairman. Uphemo ngamazibuko uthukela region sub region Slangalibalele Ward 4. Chair, I'm very concerned in the issue since yesterday. A woman here yesterday reported ukuthi she was, they were both attacked. She stood here on the podium and you were on the floor, Chair. And yes, you were quite right when you said right now we are on credentials, but I do believe ukuthi indaba ye GPV is something that should be taken as an emergency. And none of you there ruled on it up until this hour, and right now, correct me if I'm wrong, sinama political parties are 48 and it's only EFF and GPV help desk. And if mina ngila conference as a woman, ngikhulekile because I'm with my brothers and sisters of the same organization. And right now as women, makwenzeka into ekanje zingabhekelelwa, kungabheki ama perpetrators enze lezo zinto, kungacheckwa even the women okuthiwa abahlukunyeziwe kuze kube imali manje asikho safe, asifeel safe. Ngiyacela kuwe Chair na yonke leadership ukuthi may we be protected as women, more especially mase ngihleli ngoba like for example uSG urulile la or ushilo something ukuthi we must not attack each other on Facebook, but it's happening. But now izoqala ku Facebook or kuma social media ifike physical okulandela ispam. Bengicela ukuthi igoltshwe lusemanzi kumanje ingabanjwa emsileni. Siyacela uma ngabe kungeza ukurulwa kuyona namhlanje bengicela ukuthi kube nendlela okuzosho ukuthi going forward, because this is only the third provincial conference, maningi siyakhulu iqembu liyakhulu. Sacela nisitshele ukuthi makuphinda kwenzeka izinto ezikanje zizogwema kanjani, kuzohlelwa kanjani indaba yazo ukuthi izimiso ukuthi singenzeki, because sine DOR la ushilo wathi omunye was badly hurt. The one who was reporting, she said she was not. So into kanje in future sisigwema kanjani ngiyabonga.
Manda. Tami Malanda, come in. Nikaza na utami.
Longapha.
Yes.
Awu.
No, thank you very much, Sihlalo. I wanted to raise on a point of order and I'm disappointed in the handling business because we had say adopted ama rules nama procedures in. But ngisekho lapho Sihlalo. Njengamanje there was a proposal on the table and it was adopted and seconded by Umanqoba, and there was no counter proposal on that, and now seemingly people are engaging on the report while the proposal at the corner was saying something else. So we don't know whether we should continue with engagements of the report or we'll engage our report on commissions. Cela usinikeze clarity on that, Chairman.
Let's proceed, comrades. Sithatha yonke into any show lapho and then we are going to respond accordingly.
Okay. Amandla. Ngizothatha lelithuba ngibonge umphathi wesihlelo usihlalo. Ngibingelele ubuholi bethu ophezulu, ngibingelele amakhansela ethu ngokwehlukahlukana kwawo. Ngibingelele bonke onke ama delegate akhona ngaphakathi. Cha ngibonge kusihlalo wethu kwe province. Ngiyayithola ireport yakhe mayifunda lapha yana. Mina igama lami ngusabelo kwaZulu ngiqhamuka eZululand eDumbe ku Ward 8. Ngibonge ireport kaSihlalo mayifunda cha okunye indawo Sihlalo ufuna isincome la ufuna isincome khona kuyasebenzeka nethimba lakho. Kodwa esikhala ngakho singakuzwanga ku report kaSihlalo nethimba lakhe. Njengoba desuka okhethweni baholi bethu be province sizale singama delegate sithwale kanzima sabuza ubumhlungu safolwa izimondo zethu walamba ifamily yethu kodwa sinobuholi obuhlala ku province nabo ku region udeployee esasinaye eZululand kwakubaba uMarshall nawe ngimbona nje namhlanje since ngamtshela ukuthi anginalutho kodwa ama supporting now azoyivotela EFF wangithembisa igibha ucomrade since namhlanje ngabonga ngoba EFF bayivotela kodwa ke manje sesisitha ebantwini ngoba igibha niyilethi siyacela ubuholi be province bubonke abenza donation emalini abayihola ngoba baholela organization ukuze EFF izokhula ngoba nje masiphuma la sinyama njengamanje kubantu enene okhethweni anisiphathanga kahle baholi bethu siyacela ucomrade uMashaya asibize njengama delegate onke estandile abona ukuthi iziphi inkinga esabhekana nazo sangawathatha amawadi bese siyabuya comrade size kumakhansela ethu esinawo naye sinawo namhlanje akhethiwe angama PR lamakhansela akhethiwe angama PR awaqashi umuntu we-EFF emkhandlwini uqashwa left hand side enampi yonke yaqasha imeya ekhona emkhandlwini singaqashwa ngisho ukuthi i-EFF mayikhula kanjani baholi i-EFF mayabulala ke namhlanje masikelosi baholi bethu ayikho into esiyithatha njenge-EFF fighter Sihlalo ukhoza balungisa basicorrect that's answer nemkhali sidinga amafighter aqashiwe EFF izosurvive eKZN amandla phansi ngamakhansela afuna ukusebenza phansi ngabawala abafuna ukusebenza phansi otherwise baholi siyanikeza ithuba Julius Malema sidinga la Julius Malema hayi inkokheli Julius Malema inkokheli
Hey comrades
order Sihlalo yabo
comrades hey comrades but can you please focus comrades please this is completely out of order. This is completely out of order. Raise your issues. Don't be so agitated to attack leadership. No one is going to police your engagements here. But raise your issues within the confines of this organization. What that fighter just did is completely out of order. There's no Bob Marshall. There is a Secretary General, Komsa Marshal. If you want to ridicule the leadership, we're not going to allow such. And you will be forced ukukuvimba from whatever that you are saying, because you are completely out of order, you're off the rail. Each speaker, I'm giving you 2 minutes, not more than 2 minutes. And what we said is, we're engaging a political report, an organizational report, and also a treasurer's report. Not your personal issues that you have against certain individuals in the organization. Thank you. Let's move, comrades.
Mandla, awethu, Mandla. No, thank you very much, leadership. Greetings to the SG and the commissars, provincial leaders, regional leaders, and all the ground forces of the EFF. No, leadership, saying they are engaged and they are a political report. Ilandele nge-organizational report, digqibele ngayo i-treasurer's report. Firstly, I'm very disappointed the political report in 209 lines for 4 years. That means there were no political program that represent our people on the ground. For instance, in this report, there is a lot of unemployment. What we have done as an organization, political program to ensure that we address unemployment. And also, now, the Phoenix massacre was led by SG. The province yenzeni to ensure ukuthi yenza a follow-up. What is a political program yenza a province to ensure ukuthi all those Indians who killed our people in Phoenix bakwazi ukuthini kuba accountable, because all those march ezenzakalayo zazilidwa ngubani ngu-SG from national level. And also now this political report is just like a summary of an organizational report. We are claiming a victories as a governance, and now comrades, it stated very clear ukuthi siyaleka kuma political programs that addresses the issues of our people on the ground. And also, comrades, now there are political statements engafanelanga zenziwe ngama leaders, especially on Facebook, because if you are a leader or you are a political head of a certain province or a branch, you must respect yourself. Even on social media, you must not interact even with ground forces so that you can be respected. So the conduct of a leader must be able to be addressed here in these platforms. So, ngibuye ngizongena comrades kwindaba sofunda ngenkani that you have mentioned, Chairperson, to say EFF Student Command recognize Epondweni to ensure ukuthi yakwazi ukuthini ukurepresent ama students during sofunda ngenkani. But I feel that is a rhetoric, because most of the leaders, they don't take that serious. It's just a rhetoric to programs like this. I won't mention names because some of them, when they want assistance, they just give us 5 kg. How can you run a Sofunda Ngenkani with 5 kg while you have 250 fighters who are assisting students on the ground? That is an insult to us. So, comrades, now, political report leadership in organizational. Now, sengena organizational leadership.
30 seconds, wrap up.
Oh, now, organizational report leadership. Now, can't check organizational report. The more concerned was about the labor desk, of which the labor desk implemented in 2021. And obviously, whenever we're starting new things, we will always have our mistakes because we don't have an experience lapos fundakon. But we were also interested in a governance report, in an organizational report, the state of the governance. We have deployed councillors, we have deployed mayors. What are you saying about the state of a governance. There is nothing that I have said about the state of a governance. So,
Governance, surely there'll be a commission on governance. Dan, move Imaiki to that fighter behind you.
now, send mover leadership.
No.
Send mover leadership. We must be taken serious as a student command.
Comrade Buntu, please. Behave.
Thank you.
And also, the last person who kuluma lapho, it will be that fighter Nescav. The only person and him recognize our manager, it's you and that fighter, the female fighter just behind you. And the last speaker is fighter caller. Abanye Azambakombe, please. Abanye Azambakombe, please. Let's just behave, comrades, please.
Thank you.
Let's move.
Thank you very much, Program Chair. My name is Andy Landlela from Esekwini region, under Ward 15. Chair, I'm going to add something on political reports. Chair, I'm very surprised that you never mentioned the hospitality industry visit, where the Commander-in-Chief said all the leaders of the province must go there and visit those hospitality industries, because there are some few cases about unemployment, but you never mentioned that one. That's number one. Number two, I want to ask the incoming PSCC to organize some kind of a conference of the ground forces, not chairs and secretaries, but all the ground forces of the branches, and do a political class with them. Because they in the branches were being misled by regional leaders. They come to us with the wrong information, and then they claim that you province leaders, you send them. They said national leaders sent to them. You know, I'm glad that today there's SG. Some people who won the conference on the region, they came to us, they said to us, you said we won the region. That's how they look at us, these people. So please, incoming provincial leadership, organize some political classes for us, because we are tired of these people from the region. They kill the branches, they mislead us with wrong information. You are the only hope for us now, they're in the branches. Thank you very much.
Amandla. Ngibingelele ngithi nje all protocol observed. Igama uNozipho wakamthembi Sibongo King Cetshwayo umlalazi Ward 17. Okokuqala nje ngizodlula kukho ukuthi I'm really disappointed ukuba kule conference. Ngezinto eziningi sengizi-observile. But kakhulu ngibuyela kuma reports. Okay. Nayizolo kuthiwe let's just propose in second. Kungakashiwo ukuthi as-engage. Again namhlanje uthi usihlalo u-deputy chair usihlalo ngicela ungiprotector chair bangi-intimidate. Namhlanje kuthiwa si-adopte i-political reports and treasurer's reports singakayi-engage. Khona lapho bayasukuma ama-fighters ayayi-proposa and then ayasekhonda. Kungiphatha kabi ukuthi sinale platform esiba nayo once in 4 years. Singayenzi justice kwi-EFF. Ngoba ngokwazi kwami if usekupropose okasekhondo isuke ingasekho isidingo soku-engage vele seku-useless. But ke ayikho into ebaluleke njengokwenza njengokusihlola i-diagnosis report. Angizwa kahle. Sinama cases amaningi e-gender based violence. Singabantu besifazane sibukela kaphansi kakhulu even ka-EFF. Okusho ukuthi sishumela into esingayenzi thina. Uma ngi-assessa nje ngokwami even ukukhethwa kuma structures kusuke sekumane kufakwa nje abantu besifazane ukuthi abagcwalisela ama numbers. Enye into esenza sibe bitter as ground forces asisebenzi. EFF ikhuluma ngamathuba omsebenzi se-campaigner bese jobs manje, but kuma reports akukho la kuvela khona ukuthi bangaka abantu i-impact esesiyenzile ekutheni kuqashwa abantu ingakanani. Sikhuluma nge-education
quality education. But akukho la sizokhona ukuthi si EFF naba abantu esesibathathile because ngiyakholela ukuthi EFF inawo ama funds we can invest ekuthenini we offer ama learnerships or ucontribute ekuthenini phela kubonakala ukuthi sibhekephi if sifuna economic freedom. Bese ngibuyela kwi financial report. Asiyenzanga nhlobo justice kule report because as much as singanayo imali eya kwi province but ikhona ibudget allocated u national to province. If sinama events or sinama programs esiwenzayo isuke ikhona ibudget. Ngicabanga ukuthi le platform kuyo ukuthi u national usinikeze u5 million usebenze kanje because i-accountability ekugcineni kumele ukuthi siyenze thina siyipractice sizobona. Kune contribution eyenziwa ama councillors even ukuthenga ama t-shirts. Leyo mali kumsebenzi ka treasurer ukuthi ayazi an account ngayo because I corruption iqala lapho phela ukuthi kukhishwa imali yamabhasi igcina ingaziwi ukuthi ifikephi, kukhishwa imali yama elections igcina ingaziwi ukuthi leyo mali ishonephi. So if treasurer enga account ngalo mali in this platform, it's really not fair and it's killing the organization. Lastly, sengihlala phansi. Sengizohlala phansi. Factionalism is destroying our organization. We love the EFF, but lento yama factions iyasilimaza, comrades. Isilimaza even kuma regions wethu. Ngiyabonga. Lalela wena.
Number one, from what this fighter was saying in terms of the issue of not being able to discuss the organizational and political report and stuff. Bengeke sikwazi ukupreempta ukuthi ama fighter azothina ngabe phakamisa izandla. No one knew that there'll be a certain fighter ozosukuma athi sifuna ukadopt this report and there kube khona a second. Also, we're allowing you to further engage the report so that you don't accuse us on suppressing you from expressing yourself and engaging the reports. So it was going to be difficult for us to preempt on what these two first speakers said. So hence we're allowing you to further engage the report so that we take whatever that you have or enfisa ukuthi we pay attention to. More fighter clan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings, it's Xola Mehlomakulu from Ward 37, Mkungundlovu. I'll begin with the Treasurer's report. I'm very, very disappointed. In fact, in the entire collective for even accepting such a report. We have every 4 years to discuss how our resources are used and prioritized. We're then going to be able to speak in commissions about how that money is being used, how much is going towards funding certain branches that need help, how much money is going towards students, how much money is going towards amadeskes wasebenzayo. So such an insufficient report, it does not do justice, and it must never be find itself acceptable within such a sitting. From the governance report, or the political overview from the province, I think one thing that we must speak about very seriously as KZN is the issue of, especially as an organization that is pan-Africanist and has an internationalist outlook, the issue of xenophobia or Operation Tutula and the fight with foreign nationals. It's an issue in KZN, and it's finding expression within other organizations like your Action SA, your Patriotic Alliance, and all these other bogus fly-by-night things. And the issue is, if we are not saying within our political overview, or even recognizing it as an issue that we must find expression and discuss within saying, as a province, we found this as a political problem, we must then sit and discuss it with commissions. So I think it's something that was left out within that. Then the last thing regarding the campaigns, I think it's two things. Coalitions. from the political report and the organizational report, there was a speaking of of coalitions in terms of governance. A lot of coalitions that have happened, there has not been much communication with even the branches and wards that we come from, which gives us a problem when we go back an election again. So there needs to be a relationship between how you guys address the issue of coalitions, and it must be very clear even in the report to saying this is how we'd advise going forward, to say coalitions must be done in this way, this is what we found works, this is what we found doesn't work, because we are getting a lot of scuffle from our membership and even people who are voting for the EFF who sympathize with us because they don't understand or know we come back and explain the coalitions that we do. The last thing is the student command. It's a problem that in 4 years we have the PCT saying we are going to speak to the new incoming structure to speak about how it's going to support Sizofuna Ngenkani. In these last 4 years, there's not been an issue that Sizofuna Ngenkani must be a campaign that is supported by the provincial structure. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last speaker. Comrades, we are going to allow the table, the officials of the province, to respond. Lopala.
Uxolo Sihlalo. Sekela Sihlalo.
Usihlalo, yes.
Or anyone else can respond. No, thank you very much, DC. I'm going to respond to a few questions. The rest of the officials will respond to what is relevant to them. On the land and farming issues, you must understand that we have organizational protocol and structures. The person responsible for issue of land at a national level is Commissar Sam Matthias and Taban Mayor. So once we deal with these issues, we collect those issues, we give them those issues to them. Because you must remember that the land issue, it's a national competence. So lauma issues adluselwa kuma relevant officials or rather representatives in the national parliament. Regarding our political programs, we've spoken at length about our political problems. Regarding employment, comrades, let us be clear. EFF is not an employment agency. We can't be talking, we've employed so many people. No. What we need to deal with, you must look at the code of conduct for councillors. It says councillors can't even submit CVs for people to be employed. Because then if we were to do that, we will just be as corrupt as the IFP, corrupt as the ANC, sends a land to a kited deployment. How are we then different? When we are going to be counting heads here, we've employed so many people, you must think in the context of the rules and regulations and code of conduct of our councillors. The issue of learnerships and bursaries, it is not true that the EFF has got money and it must give bursaries. Asnayo imali as the EFF. We are a new, very small party. We can't be issuing bursaries. We don't have funds for that. We can help through the student command to leverage wherever, but we don't have a fund that says, Snama funds, therefore we must issue bursaries and send people to school. Kule issue yama commission, if you are listening kahle, we raised the questions that needs to be discussed Guma commission, Gule issue yama coalitions. A commission must discuss. That's why you must come up with policy. That is what these sittings are for. Come up with policy. Don't ask, propose, and then bring here for us to adopt. It could not be, people are even counting words. We report with how many words. We can't put everything in a report. You'll end up with a 1,000 words of a report. And when the 1,000 words or the 10,000 pages are being read, again, Silambe. So you can't capture everything. Some of the things will be a summary of what we have done. then when you go to archives and you go to the minutes of the organization, you'll find those things elaborated upon in details. Ilokho bengifuna ukukhuluma ngako, for me, other officials can come, nobhala, treasurer, etc. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, comrades. Comrades, this is how we're going to move. The report has been adopted, both the occasional report and the treasurer's report. Some of the issues, we are going to take them into commissions. Fighters, I'll allow the SG to come forth. On sharing this first session. Fighters. The chairperson did respond to some of the issues. Thank you very much, comrades. Amandla, let's allow the SG to come and give guidance moving forward. Thank you, comrades.
Amandla. Amandla. Hey, DJ, can we give us sound here? We paid for this sound. Why is 3 times? Why kufuneka simemeze kanje? Ufuna bese thu EFF yakolota siyikhokhele le sound. Amandla. 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 Khula EFF KwaZulu-Natal khula. Khula EFF KwaZulu-Natal khula. Qina fighter qina. Qina fighter qina. Long live the commander-in-chief, long live. Long live the commander-in-chief, long live. Long live the commander-in-chief, long live. Thank you very much, fighters. Let's take our seats. If you look at our program, fighters, we are on number 13, which we should have finished is all. So we are running behind the program. There's a fight I raise into a national question. The former spokesperson is a student command. Student command, tell us about the national question. It has been sorted, it has been resolved. But what's going to happen now on the program? Fighters, we are on item number 14. And that item, while Commissar, the convener, is going to come back and outline commissions, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the Central Command Team, led by the President and the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, to say to the province of KZN that was elected in 2018, led by the chairperson of the province, Ukoza, the CCT is saying they've seen your work and they are very proud of the work that was delivered by this province. The CCT also says to you, all of you, as individuals and as a collective, we want to thank you for your contribution to the revolution. Your names will always be in the books of this revolutionary movement. We want to thank you for your selfless contribution. It was not easy. It's always been difficult to build an organization, to run an organization. You remain committed. You remain fighting because you knew that as a collective, this is not about you, but it's about the entire people of KZN that needed you. And you made sacrifice, you left your families alone. We want to say thank you very much for that. But the President and the Commander-in-Chief is already landed in KZN, is around tomorrow, is here to give us some command as these fighters in terms of where we're going. So the President and the Commander-in-Chief tomorrow 12 o'clock is going to be with us. He's already in the province and is observing everything that is taking place. He has seen your discipline and will keep giving reports to the entire Central Command team. Now, with the powers vested in me, I officially dissolve the Provincial Command team of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you very much. Fighters, thank you very much, commissars. The PCT is officially dissolved. Fighters, while we're waiting for the commissions, we're going to item 15, which is nominations and voting for top 5. We want all the fighters from outside. They must move inside plenary because we're going to close the doors now. Please, let's got all the fighters in the plenary. Fighters seated this side. Let's go back to our seats. All of us here in the grandstands, we've got our own seats. Let's go to our seats here in the grandstand because this one is just a grandstand. We knew Nifunu Zelula, but let's go to our seat to make sure that the work of the commission is in place. Can we get the commission to come and lead us on this program?
Hakekeshi wa makerela. Hakekeshi wa makerela. Hakekeshi. Hakakasha wa makerela. Hakakasha wa masosha. Hakakasha wa makerela. Hakakasha wa masosha.
Amandla. Amandla. Hayihlale phansi. Hayi moral. Hayi moral. Hayi moral. Hayi moral. Thank you very much, fighters. DOR, can you close all those doors? Ongaphandle, ongaphandle. Please, fighters, we're doing very well. Let's run through this process so that we can be able to move forward on the next item. Cela wonke ama-fighter, DOR, wonke umuntu angene ngaphakathi, and then I'm going to request the non-voting delegates, like the student command, ebesikhulumile ngabo izolo. They must sit on the side. This side, I don't want any fighters there, Chair. Can we go so that we are all seated with delegates? So that it will be easy for abantu laba be-IMSA. Let us all get seated. Fighters, all of us have got chairs here. There are empty chairs even this side here. There are empty chairs here in front. There are empty chairs here, fighters. Fighter, when there's an empty chair next to you, just raise your hand so that the fighters, they can see. Ukuthi bangahlala kuphi kule ihlalo la. Lapha emuva kukhona ama-fighter amile. Ziningi indawo zokuhlala la. Ziningi indawo zokuhlala. Fighters ozani khona ihlalo la kule ndawo le row le iningi indawo yokuhlala. Just go in and take a chair and sit. Sakhona isihlalo la ezi-empty. Kukhona isihlalo lapha ngaphesheya. Siqale sigcwalisele izihlalo before simuvele lapha. The non-voting delegates, cela bahlale ngapha. DOR, please assist us. Ubona ifighter liphakamisa isandla. Liyabonisa ukuthi khona indawo okuhlala eduze kwayo. Uma ubona isandla kusho ukuthi ibonisa ukuthi itulo zikhona. So you must come and sit. There are a lot of chairs here. Fighters in that corner. Let's assist each other. Uma ubona ama-fighter ephakamisa izandla, ayabonisa ukuthi indawo zokuhlala zisakhona. Vele uhambe uye lapha eduze kwe-fighter eliphakamise isandla uzofika uthole isitulo. Kulaba fighter la kwi-corridor. Fighter kusho ukuthi kukhona indawo okuhlala. Let us continue with this level of discipline. Fighters, please, if you are a non-voting delegate, make sure that you are seated this side. Where is the student command? Because we don't want you to disrupt us and then we tell us we are not a voting delegate. Voting delegates are those that are coming from branches as delegates. The RCT members and the PCT members. Can we get seated? Lapha emuva ama-fighters, hlaleni phansi sithathe ihlalo. Zisakhona ihlalo la ngaphambili. La ama-fighter aphakamisa izandla. Fighters aniphakamisa izandla mhlawumbe ababoni. Indawo ukuthi sisakhona isihlalo la. Nalapha emuva nazi izandla kusho ukuthi isihlalo sisakhona, la ngaphambili isihlalo sisakhona. Let us all get seated, fighters, so that sikwazi ukumove. Sikwazi nokufikelela kule issue national question ngoba la isireti. Now, fighters, I'm going to call item 14, Komisano Ntando, to come and give us the outline of commissions quickly, so that Masuala will know where we're going.
Thank you, SG. Amanda. Go ahead, fighters. We have 6 commissions. The first one is elections, and it's going to happen at hall number 2. If you go on the right-hand side down the escalators, there is the notice there. Media and communications, it's in hall 3. If you go up there, that stairs, you will find it. Finance and fundraising, it's the hall here at the back. If you go right here down, there are doors here on the right-hand side. There's a hall here. Organizing and mobilization, it's also that side if you go up the stairs. Political education, it will happen here in the main hall on the right-hand side. Governance will happen here on the left-hand side. Our chairpersons, for elections, it's John Jenga. Media and communications, it's Mzwai Kempulo. Finance and fundraising, it's Tulani, chairperson of Zululand. Organization and mobilization, it's Fiso Madondo. Political education, it's Zugisani from Herigwala, chairperson of Herigwala. Governance, it's Temba Mvu. Scribers, Hlengiwe Kiliza for elections. For media and communications, it's Lindile Lutuli. Finance and fundraising, Boni Duma. Organization and mobilization, it's Bifin. Political education, Simon Tembu. Governance, it's Takaselo, the deputy chairperson of Mzinyachi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissar. So, when we go to commissions, it's cut some commissions, so I outline must get the process as on Venagiona, Sizobreaker, Siegu lunch. Must we have lunch, assess the assessing commissions wait. Generators here, sort of a footy, so as with the leadership of regions. Let's make sure that all of us will participate in commissions. So once better this process, so Zoya will lunch, must we have lunch, a subway, like plenary, access we are commissions. Then the letters will lie. But even at that time, the regional leadership will see to it, all our fighters from a different region, they participate and will spread everywhere. Umsebenzi wama commission, it's important fighters. That's why kufanele siunikeze isikhathi sawo ngoba umsebenzi ozosinika umhlahlandlela ukuthi for the next 4 years province bheke kuphi kufanele bekunike must go and deliberate because whatever we're going to resolve izobisiwa kulawa commission. So nazo indlela esowenza ngayo. Now sizongena ku item 15. I still see people moving up and down. I still see people moving up and down. Can we all get our seats? Can we all get our seats? it still sits. I see some heads before I go to item number 15. Do you want to raise something? Yes. We are very patient with this process. Can you run to that mic? Do you want to raise something in relation to item 15? Go to that mic. Can we have that mic switch on? Thank you. Fight. Lalela, Chair. You must never do that to me. When I fight, please. Otherwise, I don't mean. Service Raja. Don't stand apart. Where? Stand apart.
When? Commissar Fatim.
Le fight, you Baba Fatim.
Oh,
Stand apart. Don't do that to us. Don't do that to us. Because when I fight, I want to. If you follow some niggas, but if you follow an disorder, it's not going to work. Okay. Let's go, Fatim.
Baba, ngiyazwakala. Ngiyanibingelela fighters. Igama lami nguFatima wakaKhanyile nokuthi James. Ngisuka eWard 87 eMlazi ku South region. Thekse lapha ngasemnyango ngezwe kuthiwa kunama non voting delegates. Benginesicelo sama non voting delegates ukuthi noma ngicela ukuthi asihlalele lapha ya ukuze siwazi ukuthi awavoti wona ngoba sisoba nenkinga lapha esithideka. Ngiyabonga komisa.
The non-voting delegates now was the chairperson and is the student command.
Oh, okunye komisa ukuze ukhetho lube free and fair. Izolo ayikaze lendlu igcwale kangaka. Namhlanje igcwele qhu. Mina into engiyaziyo. Ayishawa izandla guys. Hloniphana ayishawa izandla umuntu mekhuluma. Komisa. Xolisa. Oh, ngiyaxolisa komisa. Bengithi ngiyabatshela ayishawa izandla sese serious manje semcimbini. Oh, okay. Ngiyabonga komisa. Ngibona sesibaningi ngaphezulu abantu siyibona izolo. Mina ngazi if usuregistered uthatha noma ubhaka noma incwadi zakho uhambe uye la ekufanele uye khona. Manje mengithi ngiyabuka la hayi sibani hayi. Kanti kwayizolo into eyenza ngisho kanje. Okay, sengisho kokugcina komisama. Kwayizolo theme sifike ehotela lapha la silele khona ehotela noma kuphi. Sifike kunama frame of delegates. Ngathi mina hawo ukhomisa nontando ufakazi wami ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much SG. SG protects me. SG, thank you very much SG. My name is Andy Lendlela, and I in the region. SG, I have a proposal here. We have all the time, SG. It can be even the whole night, we don't care. Let's do this. I propose that all of us here, let's get out on this venue. Protect me, SG. Protection. SG, can I be protected? Can I be protected? SG. Please, can I... Protection. Please. They're collapsing me. They're collapsing. Yes, SG. Yesterday, just like Mam Fatima was saying, we were not like this. So SG, if we know that we are innocent, let's get out of here. Let's start the process again. That UR will check our name tags. They will check our ID numbers. That's my proposal. That's my proposal, SG. Thank you.
Amandla. Away two. Thank you very much, Secretary General of the EFF. Ngibingelele bonke abaholi ba-CCT no President of Student Command, Komiza Sihlelunzi. Komiza, I have a concern again, which I think it will emphasize the issue esiraisiwe, but maybe if I can put it in a simple term and refer it to an event which has already happened. Please, SG, luckily you were even here yesterday. There was a point where Komiza Vuyan Pambo requested all fighters who were sitting there and that side to come and join here in the plenum before we proceed. We did not experience ukuremovewa kweyihlalo laphaya zizala. Number two, SG, I think it's just a simple thing. I appreciate that, SG, the first thing you said when we raised hand, you said you will be very patient with this process. Please, SG, be patient with us and request SG. I said I'm going to be patient and I gave you money. So you can't buy me to save me. Just wait for what.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think mhlambe SG ngivele ngibeke ngolimi lesiZulu. Inkinga enginayo as a delegate from Ward 23 eThekwini region by the name of Thobani Ntuli. Ukuthi abantu who were confirmed or were here yesterday when we adopted credentials are less than the number of people which we have now. The leadership can assist us to prove us wrong if these people are not more than the number of delegates that we had here yesterday. That's my concern, SG. Thank you very much.
This thing is not difficult. It's not difficult. You must don't create things that are not there. So yesterday we adopted credentials. Credentials numbers, they don't change. We don't change. We are not voting. We are still on the nomination. So the nomination, they work according to the numbers that we have. That's why the rules are going to be read. So to say, we are satisfied that people that are here are voting delegates of the EFF. So we are going to take nominations because we are not voting. And if you listen to the process, fight. Don't do that, sit down. Fight. But I can't argue with you. I said you're going to have to sit down. You can't force yourself on speaking. Sit down like each and every fighter that is listening to us. I've given you the platform, you're coming from there. Not unless you don't want to sit down. And I'm not getting into engagement with you. I'm going to ask you nicely, just take your seat. While explaining the process into the House, this is where we are. And I'm saying to you, and fighter, let me tell you something on my ass. Leo is a man very good. Leo also in Thailand, it was wicked. They've not finished it. Don't even attempt to do that. Don't attempt to do that. Don't attempt to do that. I'm saying to you, fighters, here is the process and the rules are going to be read. We are on nominations. They're going to take us through the nominations. The issue of voting, we're not voting. We're not voting. The issue of voting, if you are talking that someone is a non-voting delegate, or someone who you raise that, you're not going to hold a conference on some generic issues to say we adopted credentials. The credentials are adopted by this plenary. So what's going to happen is that even on voting, we run a transparent process where there are observers to make sure that people that are voting, there are observers that all of us are going to agree to say, here are people that are observers, let's go and observe. There is nothing that is going to happen behind you. But to delay us and say, this is what you must do, it can't work that way. So when it's voting, the process gets transparent, there are observers that are going to be here and all of us, and no results gets announced without observers themselves coming to us to say, we have observed and you are happy with the results. So that is the process that we are running. We are not voting. We are still on nominations so that we can be able to, the IEC is sharing with what is going to happen. The credentials, they don't change. They don't change and become something that they are not. So I'm going to allow IMSA to come and lead us on the process. IMSA is an organization that we have been using throughout the whole country. It's an organization that presided over the National Assembly of the EFF. It's an organization that presided over the National Assembly of the EFF. It has presided over 5 provincial conferences. That's the organization that as CCT we know and we've got confidence on the credibility of the work that they are doing. So we've got no doubt of this organization. So let's allow the process to continue so that IMSA, they can take us on the process of elections. Everything else, we deal with it. That's why I'm saying, even on election, there's no one who's going to vote when it's not supposed to be voting. It's as simple as that. So let's allow IMSA to continue with the process and give them the necessary respect as we have been observing all other provinces, giving them the necessary respect and compliance in terms of the work that you are doing. Thank you very much, IMSA. Let's go. Fight. Let's do this. Can you bring that thing here? Yeah, bring it. Yeah. Thank you very much, fighters. Can you allow IMSA to proceed?
Thank you very much, SG. I think by now you are familiar with the processes, but I'm going to go through the rules again so that you understand exactly what's going to be happening. The rules are based on the elections guidelines as well as the constitution of the EFF. The Provincial People's Assembly shall elect its provincial command team, which shall include the following: chairperson, deputy chairperson, secretary, deputy secretary, and treasurer. The Provincial Assembly shall elect 20 additional members, and a minimum of 50 of the provincial command team shall be females, meaning 13 females shall constitute the total 25 members of the provincial command team. In other words, combined with the top 5, we must have at least 13 women. Now, this is an obligation. We've got to make sure that we comply with this provision. In instances where there is a contestation, voting shall be by secret ballot in a transparent and open process, which should be observed by a minimum of 5 and maximum of 7 delegates to the Provincial People's Assembly. You will decide amongst yourselves how the observers are going to be chosen. The nomination and voting process of the top 5 officials shall happen as follows. The chairperson of the Elections Committee, in this instance, myself, shall call the nomination of the top 5 positions in the following sequence: the chairperson, deputy chairperson, secretary, deputy secretary, and treasurer. After nomination of each position, the chairperson of the Elections Committee will ask if the nominate member is available. Confirmation of availability can be through the nominated member verbally communicating their availability if they are a voting delegate, or through a letter which should be submitted to the Elections Committee. In this instance, it will be submitted to me. Once nominations have been confirmed, the chairperson of the Elections Committee should ask the Provincial People's Assembly voting delegates to second the nomination by a show of hands, and only names that reach 30% of voting delegates will be included on the ballot. If a name of a nominated candidate reaches 30% threshold, it will be included on the ballot paper, assuming that there is a contestation. More than nomination for each position, which has reached 30% threshold, the Elections Committee shall develop a ballot paper for the delegates. Once the ballot paper is printed, the Elections Committee shall, with the assistance of the Provincial People's Assembly, appoint 2 observers who will be accepted by candidates and nominees as observers. Before elections, all ballot papers shall be stamped or signed at the back with a unique signature or stamp which cannot be copied by anyone. In this instance, we will be using an IMSA stamp to make sure that there is no possibility of someone reproducing a ballot paper. Only a ballot paper that has a stamp of IMSA shall be regarded as a valid ballot. The numbers of ballot papers shall then be counted in front of the Elections Committee and observers. The voters' roll for the election shall be attendance register to the Provincial People's Assembly. In other words, the register that has been signed and affirmed as the register for the delegates who are present here, following the credentials that we went through, it's going to be turned into a voter's roll, and we're going to be using it to make a determination of who is eligible and who is not eligible to participate in the process. A temporary voting station will be set up, allowing each and every voter or a delegate to have space to vote secretly. The temporary voting station should necessarily have the following attendance register, which, as I have suggested earlier on, is going to now be turned into a voter's roll, ballot papers, space for delegates to vote secretly, and pens, not pencils, to vote, as well as empty ballot boxes. And then this will be demonstrated to the observers that there is nothing stashed in those ballots before voting starts. Upon entering a temporary voting station, the delegates' names will be checked on the voter's roll, marked, and the delegates issued with one ballot paper to vote secretly. If we're going balloting, all the positions that are being contested will be contained in one ballot. We are not going to be having ballot paper for each and every position. So the 5 positions that I've mentioned, assuming that they are contested, we will have only one ballot paper, and then a delegate will mark only for 5 individuals in that ballot paper, assuming the 5 positions are being contested. Upon entering a temporary voting station, the delegates' names will be checked as I've indicated. When delegates have voted, the Elections Committee will close the temporary voting station and begin counting of votes. In other words, we are not going to be taking the ballots to any other room. The same station that is used as a voting station is going to be turned into a counting center. So immediately after counting, we turn that voting station into a counting station and we start with the counting. Counting will happen as follows. Firstly, count the numbers of votes cast. Secondly, separate the numbers of votes received by each candidate. Count how many votes each candidate received and count the number of spoiled ballots. And sometimes we also cater for rain ballots. Rain ballot being a ballot where a delegate realizes that they've made a mistake before they deposit it into a ballot box. You can still ask for a ballot paper and then we'll still account for a ballot paper that was not used. So we don't regard it as a spoiled ballot, but as a rain ballot. The candidate with the highest number of votes will be the one who is elected for the position. After counting has finished, all delegates will be called to the Provincial People's Assembly for the announcement of the names of those who have been elected. In the instance where 2 delegates receive the same number of votes for one position, the election committee should reconvene the plenary to explain that there are delegates who have received the same number of votes and a revoting will happen on a secret ballot. Please note that the result should not be announced before the revoting of a position which had the same number of votes has been finalized. If I could just explain this very quickly. Assuming that in the 5 positions that have been contested, there is one position that has got, where the candidates have got a similar number of votes. We are not going to be saying, now that we've got the results for the remaining 4, we should announce the results. The Constitution and the guidelines say, once we find ourselves in that situation, we will come back here and tell you so that there is a revoting on a position where there is a tally. And then when we announce the results, we announce the results for all the positions at the same time. Nomination and voting process of the additional members shall happen as follows. Only 20 additional members should be voted into the Provincial Committee and added with the top 5 positions elected, and the total number will be 25. Of the 25 members of the Provincial Committee, a minimum of 50% of the Provincial Committee shall be females, meaning that 13 females shall constitute the total 25 of the Provincial Committee. This rule and guideline is non-negotiable. So this is what is going to be happening. The first 5 positions, there is no obligation on the delegates to ensure the 50% representation. However, when it comes to the remaining additional members, we've got to make sure that when we count the number of women, including the number of women elected in the top 5, they constitute 13. Now, when it comes to the additional members, I'll keep on reminding you about the number of women who are there, particularly because this provision in the Constitution, it's obligatory. All of you must comply with that provision. So we've got to make sure that we've got at least 13 women. Let's assume that after you have elected 20, you no longer want to proceed with nominations. I've got to make sure that at least there are 13 amongst those. If you've got 13 and you reach 20 and you no longer want to proceed with nominations, it means we will declare those duly elected, and we will also be able to say we have complied with the obligations of the guidelines in the Constitution. Now, dear delegates, as I have indicated in terms of the process that is going to be followed in terms of the rules, I'm going to go to the issue of the nominations for the top 5. It is important as I go through this process that you also understand the credentials that we've been given. We've been informed that there are 1,613 voting delegates present here. Now, I've indicated that for the top 5 positions, you've got to pass a threshold of 30%. Now, 30% of 1,613 is 484. So we're not going to be telling you how many votes a candidate has received. We will only indicate to you as to whether a delegate, rather a candidate has crossed the threshold or not. When it comes to the additional members, as you may be aware in terms of the Constitution and the guidelines, you've got to at least pass a threshold of 25%. That 25% of 1,613 translates in numbers into 403. Now, there are mics around, and I'm going to start with the process. Nomination for the position of the chairperson. Let me start here. Go to the mics.
Thank you very much, leadership. My name is Apuwe Dlamini, the PSC member in the Student Command and also a voting delegate. I want to nominate comrades. Comrades Upandelo Mshini, Uskapula Kazi, comrades. Umkhonto comrades, Otumanje Zulu comrades. I want to nominate Mongezi Zwana to be the chairperson, comrades of the biggest province. Comrades, hey!
Now, a person nominated, can you please go to the nearest mic and indicate your availability?
kancane. So that the session can move further. And then once we're done, even the Mahamad will actually go in and out. So let's bridge it that way so that it can be done further. But then I want to go there, and they are very happy with the products. So let's allow this session so that
Thank you very much. Can you please indicate your availability? But firstly, please confirm your names so that we can be able to capture them.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. My name is Mongezi Twala, a member in good standing of the EFF. I'm from Ward 11, Osizweni, Newcastle sub-region, under Imachuba. Kunjalo impela Hlalo, I'm available.
Thank you very much. Now, by show of hands, can we establish support for that nomination? Those who support that nomination, raise up your hands. Raise up your hands. Those who are standing, we won't count it. When we count it, you sit down. You raise your hand for only 3 minutes. Sitting down. If you're not sitting down, scrutineers do not count anyone who is standing. We only count the hands. As I indicated, it will only take 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Let's keep that hand up for 2 minutes. Keep that hand up for only 2 minutes. Keep that hand up for 2 minutes. Keep it up. Keep it up for 1 minute. Keep that hand up for 1 minute. Keep that hand up. Sitting down, but raising your hands. We only count those who are sitting down, but raising their hands. I said it will take only 1 minute. It will take 1 minute. Just keep that hand up for 30 seconds. Keep that hand up for 30 seconds. Keep the hand up for only 30 seconds. Thank you very much. You may lower your hand. You will get the result in 1 minute. For Uwabatwala, we will check whether he has passed the threshold, and we'll get the result in 1 minute. The result will come in just 1 minute. Ubaba Twala has passed the threshold. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. 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 Any further nomination for the position of the chairperson? The hand at the back there with the paper, yes, you.
Sacela ukubingelela abaholi bonke, ngibingelele ama-fighter bonke
Okay, let's give him audience, please. Let's give him audience.
Okhulumayo usithole skay osuka ngaphezu kwenkosi langalbalele ka Ward 2 igama engiliphakamisayo elika baba uVusumuzi Khoza.
Baba Vusumuzi Khoza, can you go to the nearest mic, please? Yes, please. By announcing your names first and then indicating your availability.
Ngibonge sihlalo walomhlangano. Igama lami nginguVusumuzi wakakhoza. Ngiqhamuka eWard 32 enkabeni yethe. Njengokunxuswa ezithunywa ezikhona kulomhlangano ngiyamukela ukuphakamisa isandla ngengenelo lesibili.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, by a show of hands, can we establish as to whether there is support for that nomination? Keep that hand up for 3 minutes. Keep that hand up for only 3 minutes. We keep the hand up for only 3 minutes. Keep that hand up for 2 minutes. We keep it up for only 2 minutes. Keep the hand up for only 2 minutes. You raise your hand, but still sitting down, because those who are standing, we don't count them. Only 1 minute. Keep that hand up for only 1 minute. Keep the hand up for 30 seconds. Only 30 seconds. Thank you very much. You may lower your hand. We'll receive the result in 1 minute. For Obaba Khoza, in 1 minute, we'll get the result. In 30 seconds, Obaba Khoza has passed the threshold. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any further nomination for the position of chairperson? Chairperson, I don't see any further hand for the position of chairperson, and thank you very much. Now we are moving to the position of deputy chair. I'm going to go there in the middle. In the middle there, on the outskirt, on the left. Yes, you. Go to the nearest mic. Go to the nearest mic. Thank you.
Kuthul, okay. Ngibingelela ama-fight. Ngicela ukunominate uThobisile. uThobisile Nkosi.
Can you repeat?
Igama nguFikile wakalanga. Ise-Ward 104 kwaMashu, i-delegate. Ngicela ukunominate uThobisile Nkosi as i-deputy.
Tosile Nkosi, can you go to the nearest mic, please? To the nearest mic.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Thobisile Nkosi, a member of EFF in good standing from Ward 29 under Ilembe region. I'm hereby accepting the nomination.
Thank you very much. Umama Nkosi, now by show of hands, can you establish as to whether there is support for that nomination? Keep that hand up for 3 minutes. Keep it up for only 3 minutes. We keep the hand up for just 3 minutes. We keep it up for 2 minutes. Keep that hand up for 2 minutes. Keep that hand up for only 2 minutes. We keep it up for 1 minute. Keep that hand up for only 1 minute. Let's keep it up for 1 minute. Let's keep it up for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Keep the hand up for 30 seconds. Only 30 seconds. We keep the hand up for only 30 seconds. Thank you very much. You may lower your hand. You'll get the result in 1 minute. Only 1 minute. We'll get the result in 1 minute. It's not a long wait, only 30 seconds. We wait for 30 seconds. Umama Nkosi has passed the threshold. Any further nomination for the position of Deputy Chair? Let me go in the middle here. Yes, sir.
Ngibingelele bonke umuntu endlini fighters. Igama lami nguNjabulo Wasangweni eMgungundlovu. Nginominate uHappy Khuzwayo.
Baba Khuzwayo. Oh, Mama Khuzwayo. Can you please go to the nearest? Oh. As I indicated earlier when I was going through the rules, that nominations can also be accepted by a letter that is submitted to me, so I have received this letter. I, Petunia Happy Kuzayo, in good standing, I accept the nomination. By show of hands, can we establish support for that nomination? Keep that hand up for 3 minutes. We keep the hand up for only 3 minutes. 3 minutes. We keep the hand up, only raising one hand. For only 3 minutes. Keep it up for just 2 minutes. Keep that hand up for 2 minutes. We keep it up for only 2 minutes. Keep it up for 1 minute. Keep that hand up for 1 minute. Only 1 minute. For 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Thank you very much. You may lower your hand. We'll get a result in 1 minute. 1 minute. Happy has not passed the threshold. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any further nomination for the position of Deputy Chair? I see this further nomination.
Chairperson.
Yeah.
Yeah, igama lami ngutholithemba ngokamthiyani Sibongo. Ngisuka eWard 106 khona la eThekwini region. Ngicela ukucela recount Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, this is how I'm going to deal with that request. In the interest of justice, I will take renomination for Happy again as per the request. Ladies and gentlemen, I have indicated I received a letter from Happy KwaZulu indicating her availability. Now, I want to establish, as per the request, whether there is support for that nomination. And then only hands that are up will be hands that get counted. Now, can we establish as to whether there is support for that nomination by showing hands? Keep that hand up for 3 minutes. Keep that hand up for 3 minutes. Only one hand. For 3 minutes. Keep that hand up for 3 minutes. Keep the hand up for 2 minutes. Keep that hand up for 2 minutes. Keep the hand up for 2 minutes. Keep that hand up for only 2 minutes. Keep the hand up for 1 minute. Keep the hand up for 1 minute. Keep that hand up for 1 minute. Keep it up for only 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Thank you very much. You may lower your hand. You'll get the result in just 1 minute. You will get the result as I've indicated. Happy has passed the threshold. Okay, thank you. 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 So, now, this is what I want to request. When you are nominating or supporting a nomination, raise your hand. Don't lower it, and then after some time you raise it again, and then, because by that time, a person would have passed you who is supposed to count you. Okay? So when I say 3 minutes, please raise that hand for only 3 minutes. Don't say you are too tired. Okay, thank you very much. Any further nominations for the position of Deputy Chair? For Deputy Chair, I see the hand up there. It is for Deputy Chair. Okay, make your nomination.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. I rise, my name is Mazwi Plose from eThekwini region, Ward 55. It's very concerning for us that for the position of Deputy Chair,
of the candidates. There's been 2 results that has been read out. So for the interest, can I be protected, please? We do not want to have any doubt in terms of the system that is happening here now. So for the interest of transparency and openness, I will also request that we have a recount so that the final result that is going to be issued now becomes a true reflection of what is here.
No. Please understand the process. There's still going to be voting. You will deal with that aspect during voting, not now. Now, to the position of secretary. By a show of hands, can I see the nomination for the position of, let me go there, with a head. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Kulego Dlovu from Ukanya region, and I chose in the sub-region. For nominees for treasurer.
Secretary. Nominations for secretary.
Yes, for secretary, Mr. Kulego Ngubane.
Nkululeko, can you go to the nearest mic, please? Nkululeko, go to the nearest mic.
Ngiyabonga Sitalo. Igama lami uNkululeko Nkonzo Phekuhle Ngubane. Ngisuka eKings Echwayo region, Umhlathuze sub-region, Ward 17. I stand here to accept the nomination.
Thank you very much. By a show of hands, can we establish as to whether there is support for that nomination? Keep the hand only for 3 minutes up. Keep it up for only 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes. Keep it up for only 3 minutes. Keep the hand up for only 3 minutes. Keep it up for 2 minutes. Keep that hand up for 2 minutes. You keep it up for 1 minute. Keep the hand up for 1 minute. Keep that hand up for only 1 minute. Keep it up for 30 seconds. Keep it up for only 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Only 30 seconds. Only 30 seconds. Thank you very much. You may lower your hands. I still want to emphasize again, because I see some people raising their hand and after some time they lower it and raise it again. Please just keep it up for 3 minutes. It's not going to take that long. It is not that traumatic. 3 minutes only. You'll get the result in 1 minute. We're waiting for the results for Nkululeko Nkubani, and we'll get the results in 30 seconds. We'll get the results just now in 30 seconds. Nkululeko Nkubani has passed the threshold. Any further nominations? Sisi? Okay, let's give a quick audience, please. Yeah, you may speak.
I'm not a normal from Ward 31. Secretary, it's one glove.
Vugani Ndlovu. Vugani Ndlovu.
Ngiyabingelela igama uVukani Impongo yaKaNdlovu ngokuqhamuka ngiphuma kwaMashu Ward 46 North Central Sub-Region eThekwini ngokuphakanyiswa ngokungananazi ngiyamukela.
Thank you very much. By show of hands, can we establish as to whether there is support for that nomination? Keep that hand up. For 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes. Keep the hand up. Let's keep the hands up for only 3 minutes. Keep that hand up for 2 minutes. Keep that hand up for 2 minutes. Let's keep the hand up for 2 minutes. We will keep the hand up for only 2 minutes. Let's keep it up for 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Don't get tired, just 1 minute. 30 seconds. Thank you very much. You may lower your hands. You'll get the result in 1 minute. We'll get the result in 1 minute. You'll get the result in 30 seconds. In 30 seconds. We'll get the result for Ubabandlovu in 30 seconds. Get the result just now. Ubabandlovu has passed the threshold. Any Thank you, thank you. Any further nomination for this position? No hands. We go now to the position of Deputy Secretary. Let me go here. For Deputy Secretary.
Igama lami nguNomfundo wakamtshwara ngiqhamuka eMgungundlovu Richmond Ward 3 nginominator uHlengiwe Chilisa for Deputy Secretary.
Thank you. Mama Hlengiwe, can you go to the nearest mic, please?
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. Anginalo izwi, but my name is Hlengiwe Chilisa. I'm a member in good standing from Ward 6, eThekwini region, and I humbly accept the nomination.
Thank you very much. By show of hands, can we see as to whether there is support for that nomination? Keep that hand up for 3 minutes. Keep the hand up for only 3 minutes. Keep it up for only 3 minutes. Keep that hand up for only 3 minutes. We keep the hand up for 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes. We keep that hand up for 2 minutes. Yeah, keep that hand up for 1 minute. Only 1 minute. Keep that hand up for 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds. Keep the hand up for 30 seconds. Thank you very much. You may lower your hands. We'll get the result. We'll get the result in 1 minute. In 1 minute for Hlengiwe Chilisa. Only 1 minute. We'll get the result in 30 seconds. in 30 seconds for Hlengiwe. Seconds. We will get the result just now. Just now. Hlengiwe has passed the threshold. Any further nominations?
Thank you very much. Greetings, Ikamala. Ubanele Wakatusi from Far South Sub in eThekwini, Ward 96. Ngiphakamisa imbokodo unomfundo mpaka imphoyika ipheli.
No Fundo, can you go to the nearest mic, please? Nearest mic.
Ngibonga sihlalo igama lami ngingunomfundo wakwaMpayipheli osuka eHerigwala region under umzimkhulu uward 16 ngiyayiaccepta inomination.
Thank you. Thank you. By show of hands, can we establish support for that nomination? Keep that hand up for 3 minutes. Keep that hand up for only 3 minutes. We keep it up for 3 minutes. Then it is 2 minutes. Keep that hand up for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. We keep the hand up for only 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Keep the hand up for 1 minute. 1 minute. Keep the hand up for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Thank you very much. You may lower your hands. We'll get the result in 1 minute. In 1 minute. In 1 minute. In 30 seconds, Nomfundo has passed the threshold. Any further nominations? Any further nomination? I don't see any hand up, and therefore I'm closing nominations for this position, and we're now going to Treasurer. At the back there. Yeah, you, the last person. Yeah, you. No, there is a lady there at the back. Yeah, you.
Oh, okay.
There is a lady at the back there. Yes.
igama lami
Sorry, let's give audience, please.
igama lami nginguzanele wakamlifi, who's better known at Umdoni sub-region. I'm the chairperson of a ward called Ward 18. In a position of a treasurer, ngiphakamisa igama lika Comrade uSifiso Mthetho.
Sifiso Mthetho, can you go to the nearest? Sifiso Mthetho, please go to the nearest mic. Open the mic, please. Engineers, sound engineer, please open the mic.
One, two. My name is Sifiso Mthetho from Umkanyagute region, Juba sub-region, Ward 23. I am standing to accept the nomination.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. By show of hands, can you establish as to whether there is support for that nomination? Keep the hand up for 3 minutes. Keep that hand up for 3 minutes. Keep the hand up for 3 minutes. Keep that hand up for 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. Keep the hand up for 2 minutes. Keep that hand up for 1 minute. Keep the hand up for 1 minute. Keep it up for only 1 minute. Keep the hand up for 30 seconds. Let's keep it up for 30 seconds. Only 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Okay, thank you very much. You may lower your hand. We'll get the result in 1 minute. We'll get the result in 1 minute. We'll get the result for Sifiso Mthetho just in 1 minute. We'll get the result in 30 seconds. In 30 seconds. We'll get the results in 30 seconds. Sifiso has passed the threshold. Thank you. Any further nomination? I'll go in the middle there. Any hand there in the middle?
Our chair was on the podium.
Siyabonga sihlalo. Igama lami nguThobane wakabuthelezi Mgungundlovu region Ward 12. Ngiphakamisa ukuchuma wakawo akewu ekutheni abe utreasurer. Ngiyabonga.
Kuma.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. I confirm that my name is Tuma Wageni and I accept the nomination.
Thank you very much. By show of hands, can we establish support for that nomination? Keep that hand up for 3 minutes. Keep that hand up for 3 minutes. Keep the hand up for 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes. We keep it up for only 3 minutes. Now we keep it up for 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes. Keep the hand up for 2 minutes. Keep that hand up for 2 minutes. We keep it up for 1 minute. We keep the hand up for 1 minute. We keep that hand for only 1 minute. Keep it up for only 30 seconds, raising only one hand. 30 seconds. Thank you very much. You may lower your hands. We'll get the result in 1 minute. In 1 minute. We'll get the result for Kuma Wakeni in 1 minute. Just 1 minute. In 30 seconds. Kuma Wakeni has passed the threshold. Do we have any further nomination for the position of treasurer? I don't see any hand up, and I'm therefore closing nominations for this position. Are you nominating, sir? Can you give that gentleman a mic?
Siyabingelela bonke ubuholo obukhona ngaphakathi.
Sorry, give him audience.
Sithole ngithunyiwe lapha umfethu uThemba Ncamo.
Thank you. I have received a letter from Tembo Gushe, Temba Ngamu, who is accepting says, let me read it to you. I therefore accept the nomination for the position I will be nominated for by the EFF KZN delegates attending the Provincial People's Assembly. So, just establishing from the person who is nominated, who is nominating, can you come closer to the mic again? This is for the treasurer position that you are putting up this nomination. The reason I'm asking you is because the person has not indicated for which position. So you're sure it is for treasurer position?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, can I establish by show of hands any support for that nomination? I don't see any hand up, and therefore I close nominations for the position of treasurer. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. As we indicated earlier, from here we are going to now organize the ballots for balloting, and I would like those who have not been nominated to make sure that their names are spelled correctly, so that we don't make any mistake when it comes to production of your names in the ballot papers. Please, thank you very much.
Amanda. Now, fighters, the nominations are done. Bonke abantu abanominatiwe kufanele babonane no-IMSA to make sure ukuthi amagama abhalwe ngale ndlela enazana ngawo, so that uma bakuvotwa singatholi igama elingalazi. So they must come and make sure ukuthi lawo magama enziwe ngale ndlela. Secondly, we said we're going to run this in a transparent order. So I'm going to propose those that are nominated for chairs and secretary, Vusi and Vugani, you must come with 3 observers that are going to work with IMSA. And then Mongezi and Kulego, you give us 3 observers that are going to work with IMSA, so that there is clarity and transparency. That's how we do things in the EFF. So that Maguyama results, so many observers, they will come and confirm that everything that took place, they're going to be forming part of the observers with the election team. So that there is no confusion. Fighters. Thank you. So what's going to happen now is that, as the Commissar alluded to the issues of commissions, what is the time now? Commissar, what's the time? Where are they coming from? You never use it. The Commissar must deal with it. Commissar, what's the time? Yeah, it's 6:20. So now the time is 6:20. So we're going to have dinner or lunch. Oh, it's still lunch. It's not going to let dinner. Oh, no problem. It's not going to let dinner. It's not going to lunch. So remain seated, fighters. Remain seated. Fighters at the back, please remain seated, because you're going to be given your tokens, because we want to deal with any shenanigans. Food is for the voting delegates that are here, so that we want you to sense the process. You get tokens quickly by the staff. They are just coming throughout everywhere. Get your tokens. Let's go to lunch. Umasbuya with lunch. All of us were going to nomination commissions, because once IMSA is ready, we're going to come and fetch you from the commission. Akekho umuntu esomlanda ngaphandle owaye emotweni okanye anyway. Abantu abazavota sabathola kuma commissions ukuthi it's time for voting. So please remain disciplined, because if ukwenye indawo then uzobuya usitshela ukuthi mina bengibhizi ngilele emotweni therefore angivotanga. The people abazavota, once you are ready, go into commissions and fetch our people. But for now, let's remain inside and get our tokens, and then let's go to lunch. Amandla! Thank you very much.